He'll just pop in whenever he can. He'll be all right.
Welcome, everybody, to Dueling Aces for the first Dueling Aces for 2026, as we are on January 6th of 2026. And we'll drop right off the rip with the biggest breaking news. Black Monday turned into Black Tuesday, Sam, and it was Shefty said Sunday, if they had a conversation, it's probably going to be a mutual parting of the ways, but they figured, no, it's no big deal. Everything should be fine. And then Biscotti came out just a little over an hour and a half ago and went, bye-bye, and fired. Not a mutual parting, Sam. Fired the guy.
Oh, I thought the initial report was it was a mutual parting.
No, sir. It was a firing. Let me emphasize for you the nice big letter here. Following a comprehensive evaluation of the season and the overall direction of our organization, I decided to make a change at head coach. Today, I informed John that he has been relieved of his duties. My man was fired. He said this was an incredibly difficult decision, but given the tremendous 18 years we have spent together and the profound respect I have for John as a coach, and most importantly, as a great man of integrity, this is where he blows smoke up everybody's butts. Throughout what I firmly believe is a Hall of Fame coaching career, John has delivered a Super Bowl championship to Baltimore and served as a steadfast pillar of humility and leadership. Sam, I needed a roll of toilet paper here. He and his family have deeply embedded themselves in this community. For these profound contributions on and off the field, we should all be forever grateful. He's backing up the hoe, Sam, and the dump truck. Our goal has always been and will always be to win championships. We strive to constantly perform at the highest level on the field and be a team and organization our fans take pride in. I will always be grateful for the extraordinary hard work and dedication displayed by John and his staff through the many successful years. I wish he, Ingrid, and Allison all the best going forward. We now begin the challenging but exciting process of identifying the next leader of our football team. We fully understand the expectations of our fans and everyone in the Ravens organization. Finding another strong leader and partner who will reflect these high standards is paramount. We deeply appreciate our fans and will continue to work relentlessly to bring them, our city, and the extended community the success they deserve. Wow.
It's a lot of words.
It's a lot of bull. There's a lot of manure in this, Sam. A lot.
What is bull to you?
Oh, it's a bunch of bull and smoke blowing up his butt right here. I mean, geez. You've had many successful seasons due to and you've brought it up, due to a lot of injury this year with them, he has to go down like that because, you had a very injury-ridden season.
Yes, but I don't know. I am going to be well. First of all, let's also point out something that the one issue I also have to take into this is they have been on the string of some really bad freaking luck over the past 3 years. 3 years ago, you're in the AFC Championship game. It's on your home field. You got Mahomes and the Chiefs where you want them. Zay Flowers fumbles the ball at like the half-inch line into the end zone. Then last year, you're playing in Buffalo. It looks like you have a good shot to win the game. Mark Andrews forgot to catch a football. You need to use these. And then this year, even all that's happened, injuries, battered, bruised, roster depleted. Lamar's banged up. The O-line banged up. The defense can't stop. The defense couldn't stop me at quarterback. And they are a kick away from the AFC North. And the shit goes wide right. The Ravens over the past 3 years have been the victim of some of the worst luck I've ever seen. However, and I've said the same thing in Pittsburgh. I don't care what the ownership in Pittsburgh said. I was solely convinced either way. The loser of that game on Sunday was getting fired. I didn't give a shit what ownership said on either side. The loser of that game was going to get canned. Ironically, he 2 days later.
I'm going to bring it up right now because Tomlin keeps losing in the first round of the playoffs. You have the Houston Texans coming in on Monday night, and we're going to get into it a little bit later. But you've got Houston coming in. If you go one and done again, I don't think he's still safe either. I still don't think he's safe. I really don't.
They are going to have a long sit down and say to him, look, this league has evolved since you came into it. You need to go and develop yourself a quarterback because we can't keep paying these 1 year, 2 year guys for you to just go out there and do what you do. You got to start putting a long-term stamp on this offense, which has stunk for years. Now, granted, with Aaron, it's been better. It has been a lot better with Aaron. Aaron's been fine this year. I think Aaron's actually played pretty well. I definitely saw some of the old Aaron on Sunday night because that fourth quarter, that was entertainment at its highest point in the NFL.
Oh, we'll get into them, but like I said, I don't think he's out of the woods yet.
No, I don't disagree.
John's kind remarks back.
Hold on, before you read this, can we just agree with something? For anyone who knows wrestling and knows Jim Cornette, when a head coach gets fired, can't we just have them say the same thing to each organization? Thank you, fuck you, bye. Can't we just make this easier instead of blowing smoke up everyone's ass? Can't we just say thank you, fuck you, bye?
Well, he says, well, I was hoping for a different kind of message on my last day here someday, but that day has come today. And he put a sad emoji face. The first time I've seen an emoji face on a goodbye letter. Very interesting. It comes with disappointment, certainly, but more with gratitude and appreciation. Gratitude to the owner and organization who is willing to bring in a head coach who made his mark with special teams success. A difficult thing to do, and appreciation for all the moments, all these years that are etched into eternity. I hope a legacy built on faith, always fighting and believing. This is basically him being the professional guy on the way out the door because he needs to go someplace else. He's not going to turn around and give any poo-poo. Anthony said, I blame John for getting let go. He didn't want to let go Todd, who wasn't doing nothing.
They were not solidifying the potential of Lamar Jackson over the past year. But again, the problem I have with that is Lamar's been hurt. This is what happened when a mobile quarterback gets hurt. You have to adjust your offense and turn them into something that they're really not. I think Lamar as a pocket quarterback could still be decent. We kind of saw that on Sunday, but when a mobile quarterback loses his legs, you're cutting almost half your playbook in half.
Basically, he doesn't give any much more into it. Values built into an organization through a team that are worthwhile, good, and lasting, and that are admired by fans and foes alike. Meaningful, impactful relationship with players through the years that I will cherish always. Grateful for their strength and courage. Loyal partnerships in this wonderful building that grew into strong friendships through the toil and tempest of the job every day. Mostly to the treasured family, my Ingrid and my Allison, who are beyond compare in every way, and the loves of my life, and my close-knit family and good friends who stick with you no matter what. Finally, to the author and finisher of our faith, gratitude for a journey beyond anything I could have dreamed of on my own. All is well with my soul because of the good God who guides and sustains me. John Harbaugh. Sam, there was something very interesting that happened after that game in Pittsburgh. When they interviewed John and they asked John, are you looking at, trying to go at it one more time with these guys? And he said, yeah, absolutely. They asked Lamar Jackson, hey, what do you think if your head coach is gone or whatever? Usually a player would turn around and be like, why? What would be wrong with my coach? No, Lamar turned around and spent a whole 2 minutes going, I'm still in shock here. What? And never even brought it up about Harbaugh. Usually the players answer the damn question. He's sitting there for 2 minutes trying not to answer the question. And so I don't see any support from Lamar for Harbaugh in that situation at all. And it's like, hey, Lamar, guess what, buddy? Your butt could be out the door too, pal. So, if you ain't got nothing to say, well, then I guess, you can be gone too, pal. They could blow this whole thing up. Anthony, if Lamar's going to be there.
Oh, okay. Hold on. No, that is not a question anymore. Because the guy that they were going to have to pick between the one, they chose who they choose today. Harbaugh's gone. Lamar's still there.
Okay. So, excuse me. So basically, you're saying they're choosing the quarterback. They're wanting to keep the QB. Anton, correct. They're choosing the QB, but the coach is the one who turned around and was working with the QB.
Yeah, and honestly, it didn't. Well, first of all, here's the thing. John Harbaugh, everyone's sitting here talking about like, oh, what didn't work? John Harbaugh isn't, like Mike McDonald in Seattle, defensive-minded coach. Kyle Shanahan in San Fran, offensive-minded coach. John Harbaugh's never been an offensive play caller. John Harbaugh's never really coached the defense. He is kind of in the same boat as what the Eagles, not different circumstances in some regards, but him and Nick Sirianni are they're the guys that they don't really call plays on either side of the ball. They're just the head coach.
Well, Harbaugh actually, after his first couple of years with Flacco, actually did turn around and work with the offense and did offensive play calling. So he had learned that aspect of the play calling and that part of the game. So it was about 3 years in. So he learned it pretty much on the job training, as we like to say, and has been doing pretty much that for the past 15 years. So, Yeah, it may have started off because he was a special teams, but it grew into
Yeah, but it didn't grow to the point where he was like the dead on offensive coordinator. Like he let his coordinators do their jobs. Like that's what
well,
he's done.
any good head coach really would. But when it comes down to it, it's like, hey,
Hey, to be
you
fair,
know,
I kind of wish my head coach didn't let his offensive coordinator coordinate the offense. I kind of wish he didn't let him do
I was trying not to go to our other
Listen,
teams. I'm trying not to go there.
I'm gonna give you a spoiler. You're gonna beat us 9-6 on Sunday, and then I'm getting the new OC. That's all I care about.
Oh God. No, we just lost another defensive star, so I'm sorry. We're the
Oh,
ones
you brought in
down.
one. You signed Kaiser White, baby.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Former Eagle legend
Believe
from
me,
the 1 year he played with us.
I'm already grabbing the Vaseline, buddy. I'm already getting the Vaseline ready. Anyway,
I'm out of here.
so Harbaugh basically, from this point, we know he's got his agent, his poor agent is probably his phone is blowing up more than mine still is. My phone is still blowing up with all my friends and everybody going, hey, did you hear about that? Yes. It's been 90 minutes or 2 hours. Yep. I'm definitely on it. Yes, this is, of course, the biggest news of the day so far. Now, of course, everybody's just like, well, let's see who's next. Well, yeah, Mike, the seven teams reached out to his agency immediately. I think he's going to sit down and process, okay, where would I go? But here's the funnier part, Sam. Even if, say, you've got somebody like Dallas, for example, you've got a head coach.
Schottenheimer tomorrow.
I was just going to say, who already has a head coach that you'd be like, bye, I got John.
Would you like me to give you a list of teams that are still currently that have a coach that I think would do it?
Anthony, no, he has too many pro teams that are gonna back up. There aren't enough Brinks trucks on the planet to turn around and back up to this man's house at this moment. I'm sure Jerry Jones might even be on a plane already. It won't take long to get from Dallas to Baltimore.
All right, so I'm going to try to keep the teams that have fired their coaches out of this because those are easy.
Easy, yeah.
All right, so let's just go through. I'm just going to go through each team that's still employing their coach. Carolina, no. I like Dave Canales. I'm not moving on from him. Tampa Bay. I like Todd Bowles, but
if you got Harbaugh,
you give Harbaugh that kind of offensive talent,
and he's not kind of unfamiliar with Baker Mayfield.
Exactly.
I think that could be tape on him.
That could be interesting. So Seattle, no. San Francisco, no. Philadelphia, no. Washington?
Get rid of Quinn and take Harbaugh?
I mean, Dan Quinn just like Cliff. Yeah. Cliff Kingsbury is not leaving to get a new job. He was fired. Dan Quinn fired the guy that put together Jaden Daniels. I'd fire you just for that. If I'm Washington, I may consider it.
Yeah. Who else you got?
All right. Green Bay, no. They could possibly if LaFleur actually loses another playoff game, but right now, no. Minnesota, no, I'm not. Get O'Connell a quarterback and he's fine. Jacksonville, no. Colts, Colts I'm not doing either. I like Shane Steichen too much. Steichen was going to be a play.
Well, did you see this morning's post from the owner herself? She's like, look, I told the both of them, you got one more year. That was GM and head coach. She said she's giving them both this year. And then if things haven't changed, bye-bye.
Well, in defense, things were about to change until Daniel Jones went down. That was the straw that broke their back. They were fine till he got hurt. So
I agree. And the Colts were truly in every single one of their last games, even with Phillip Rivers. It was super close.
Literally, this is how much they fell from grace. We had them in our midseason power rankings. Me, Tyler, and Orlando, who did that show with us, we had them all at number 2 because for some reason we all had the Patriots at 1, which was hilarious. But oh God, maybe we're the problem. Maybe we did this.
Whoopsie.
Oh boy.
You were the jinx? Okay.
Anyway, as of right now, the Colts are a no for me. The Texans, I am not getting rid of D'Amico for what he's been doing. Dallas, I'd fire Schottenheimer tomorrow. Cincinnati.
Oh. Yeah, we're starting to get into the division again. Yep.
Maybe, because the one thing, and the two teams that I immediately think of when it comes to Harbaugh, Cincy and the Giants, because these teams have not had a starting caliber NFL offensive line. The Bengals haven't had one since Joe Burrow's been there. The Giants haven't had a average offensive line since Eli was there for the past 3 years. They need a coach that knows how to prioritize the offensive line. Harbaugh does that.
And Mike, it's funny you mentioned that. It's like, would he go back? Well, got to bring up a little something about that because there was a time just a few weeks ago that Harbaugh told Stefanski, go ahead, screw that kid Sanders up. I'll take him. Well, Mr. Harbaugh, Stefanski ain't here, and the job's open, dude. You want your shot at wanting to work with them? Have at it.
And honestly, I'll tell you one thing. If he goes to Cleveland, Andrew Berry will get him some talent. Because the one thing, and I understand a lot of Browns fans, I get the frustration with Andrew Berry at times. I get it. He also, you got to remember something.
He also had Andrew Berry. Very good draft. The past.
Exactly. Like, first off, where did he come from? What front office was he working in before he went to Cleveland? He was here.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia. He knows what a good front office looks like and what it takes to do. That's my point. Why would you fire a guy who just got you Mason Graham, who I think is going to be a really good defensive lineman, Carson Schlesinger, who is going to win Defensive Rookie of the Year,
yep.
Swinshawn Junkins, who is going to be an RB1, and honestly, I think Junkins is the perfect running back. He's the kind of running backs that Harbaugh loves.
And the funny thing is I was not happy with Cleveland picking. I said, you heard me. I said the Browns picked the wrong Buckeye running back. But boy, that young man had made me eat crow big time.
Because it's all about what a guy wants in his system. And I'll tell you now, I know you didn't see much of him. Dylan Sampson, the kid they took from Tennessee, he could be the perfect RB2 behind him. Oh, by the way, they also drafted this guy named Harold Fanning Jr. So hold on.
Had him on my fantasy teams towards the end here. Yeah, that was should have picked him up a lot sooner.
So you have a strong number. You have 2 solid tight ends. And Njoku's a better 2 than he is a 1. We can agree there.
Yeah.
So you've got
100%.
2 strong tight ends. Yes, I know there's a pullout joke there. I'm not going to go there. A really good up-and-coming running back in Junkins, who specializes using the tight end position better and a strong run game. John Harbaugh. That's all Baltimore's. That's all. And oh my God, no disrespect to Zay Flowers, but if you got, like, just for example, right? I'm just using the example. Say the Browns draft Cardell Tate this year. Just an example. Do you know what John Harbaugh would have had done to had a Carnell Tate and a Jerry Jeudy on the same team? People need to understand something. Baltimore's offensive struggles don't always fall on him and his offensive coordinator. What's fallen on them is the lack of talent they added when they knew what they had. You know when Baltimore was at its best with John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson? When they ran what Tyler loves to call, and if he does jump in later, I'm going to let him talk about this, the 3 tight end set from hell. Mark Andrews, Hayden Hurst, Nick Boyle. They ran those 3 on the field. Run blocking, pass catching. They beat you with their wide receivers sometimes, but then they had Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins and Lamar. They gashed teams in the run because they had 2 tight ends that would block their ass off. Then they would have Andrews kill you over the middle of the field. And that is when they were at their best. The problem is the front office never made those adjustments and got them more talent. Their wide receiver 1 has been Zay Flowers for 5 years, it feels like. And I like Zay, but they never added to it. So just for an example, if you do draft a Carnell Tate with a Jerry Jeudy
in the 4th year of his rookie contract this year.
Who is?
Zay Flowers is.
Man, he's been in the league that damn long already. My God.
So that that's a little interesting. Yeah.
So
he's coming up on his 4th year right now.
Here's where this gets interesting. So I'm sticking with my theme here of teams that still have a coach. New Orleans, I am confident in Kellen Moore. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, agreed.
Miami, McDaniel is still technically there.
But once they bring in the GM, we don't know.
Anthony, you are talking as like DeAndre Hopkins is still in Houston. The dude's 34 and he has barely half the skill set left.
Yeah, I was going to say, to talk about a fall from grace. It's like once he left Houston, holy crap, did he start falling apart?
And Anthony, if they had another wide receiver to split out wide with Zay Flowers, it would open up lanes for Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews and Derrick Henry. The Ravens' biggest issue with their offense over the past 3 years is they have not developed a wide receiver not named Zay Flowers. Because Rashad Bateman stinks. And they gave him a 3-year extension. How'd that work out?
Yeah, not well.
But all right, so let me move through the rest of these because I have some. There's some that come up in mind here that I kind of like. Okay. So Dolphins. If McDaniel gets fired, of course, why wouldn't they? New England, no. Rams, no. Lions, no. Bears, no. Jets. No, I don't.
I know. I was just gonna say, look at the ownership. He's not that stupid. He's not that stupid.
Fuck that.
Sam, no. No. Let's not.
We're not doing it.
Yeah.
All right. Denver, no. Chargers, no.
No.
They already have a Harbaugh.
I was gonna say that's a deadly thing. Is if he went to work with his brother.
I got some scenarios here. The first one is a little out there.
Show yourself on camera. Go ahead.
The first one, this is a big what if, because I don't know if it's going to actually happen.
Kansas City.
What if Andy decided to retire?
Yeah, what if Kansas City turned around and went, yo, Andy, If we can pull this off, what if?
Because remember something. When Andy Reid was in Philadelphia, guess who was his special teams coordinator in the early years? John Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I got another one that I think this one makes a lot of sense. And I think Harbaugh may wait a little bit here.
There's my boy Smash. What's up, dude? Yes, we're even rolling through teams that have coaches currently that they could turn around and if they get John, they'd fire their coach in a heartbeat.
Hear me out here. What is this postseason, George? I'm going to go a little bit of a dramatic entrance for this one. What does this postseason not have this year?
I was going to say, it has a lot, actually.
There's no Patrick Mahomes.
Oh.
No, listen, hear me out here. There's no Joe Burrow, and there's no Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that's all AFC stuff.
If Buffalo loses to Jacksonville this weekend,
yeah,
I would fire McDermott's ass before he even got back for the locker room speech. And bring in John Harbaugh. You're going into a new stadium next year, and I'm sorry, I love Lamar Jackson. If I'm John Harbaugh, I ain't hesitating to go coach Josh Allen. What about that one? I think I like that fit a lot.
Smash is agreeing with you on the might retire thing. He likes that one.
Because here's the thing, right? I still think Kelsey's going to end up retiring. I think he's got so many after football things he wants to start getting into. They've already had New Heights going for like 3 years. He's got a lot of stuff he wants to approach outside of the game. The Chiefs are done.
He's got wedding plans upcoming.
And I may hurt Dustin's feelings with this if he's watching. I'm sorry. This is not going to be a 1-year turnaround for the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes is still going to be rehabbing a torn ACL next year. They do not have an offensive line to save their life. Their defense has gotten, not only has it gotten worse because they lose players, it's getting older. They have a couple young pieces, but not many. This is going to take a couple years to retool. And the big bad Chiefs ain't so big. It ain't so bad anymore. Maybe it's just time. So, and I mean, look, it's not like Andy's a spring chicken. The guy's been a head coach for 27 years. The guy's won 4 Super Bowls. So, like, if Andy decides to hang it up, going from Andy Reid to John Harbaugh ain't that bad.
No, it's not. McVay, no, he's way too young. McVay retired? No.
There were rumblings about that, though, a while back.
What?
Not a lot, but there were some rumblings about that a little while back.
Like I said, I don't follow rumors. But you
just fall for them.
But we get the Harbaugh Bowl 2 times a year.
That would be great.
Yeah,
and
I was going to say that would be interesting. You get the Chiefs in the chart. You get the Harbaugh brothers going at it twice a year. I like that. That's kind of fun. I wouldn't be mad at it. I'd be heavily interested in it.
Another one. Let me just put this out there.
Hey Sam. Plus, think about this. Any of the Baltimore free agents? How many of them do you think would follow him?
What is this, college football in the transfer portal?
I'm just saying. If you're loyal to the guy and he thinks that highly of you, you don't think that there's going to be a few players that are going to turn around and go, yeah, we're with you?
I hear you. No, I hear you 100%. Now, here's the other thing that came into my head. Not saying that John, I think John fully wants to coach again. I don't think this is one of those. But
100%. I was going to say, there's buildings being built for him.
Just say for a wild example, maybe he's like, you know what? I did this in Baltimore for 18 years. I want to coach, but head coach, I want to take a breather. I'm just saying, I would guarantee you he's on his brother's staff within the first week that we would say that. Let's have the Harbaughs on the same coaching staff. Or what really could have been funny if he actually considered a step down for a while would have been if Michigan didn't have a coach yet. Say, hey, yo, John, we don't got to change nothing. You're still a J Harbaugh. You're still not Jim. Your job. You just got to do a little switcheroo. But no, yeah, John's definitely coaching again, and yeah, there are some teams that I like the idea in Kansas City, and I like the one in Buffalo because I'm telling you now, if the Buffalo Bills don't get out of the first round, they lose to Jacksonville, and they don't have to even think about Mahomes, Burrow, Mahomes, or Jackson. Oh, you better believe McDermott's ass is getting canned.
I was going to say, yeah, and if I'm John, dude, I'm kicking back like this, and I'm just going to go, yep, we're going to sit around and wait till the Super Bowl and see who shakes out. I wouldn't a heartbeat. Are you kidding me?
I agree.
I'd be doing the same thing. That's why you're going to hear there are going to be so many freaking rumors about this. Oh, he's interviewing with such and such. He isn't going to interview with anybody until after the Super Bowl. Bet. You can bet, boys and girls, once that Super Bowl's set, then he's probably going to start fielding phone calls. But until then, I would be sitting and waiting. Just let the phone ring. Just let the phone ring. Isn't this funny? All those other head coaching candidates, poof, you all just fell into phone call number 2 or 3 because number 1's going to this guy. Numero uno is going to this guy. You all just took a back seat to this guy. Congratulations. And in even the one that I even brought up, yeah, Anthony, I saw that. And that's another thing that I was very intrigued by because I was even going to bring it up. And when I saw it just a little bit ago, I was like, yep. I said, somebody beat me to the punch already. Jason Garrett has only been sitting on TV for just a little bit. And you know damn well that he's still available to be a coach. I was not.
Hold on. No, stop for a damn second. In what damn universe is Jason Garrett getting an interview before Mike McCarthy? What the hell are we doing?
Wow. Really? Mike McCarthy is so overrated at this point. It's pathetic.
Did you see Dallas's offense with him? I'm trying to build Cam Ward up, and I'm going to bring Jason Garrett in? What the hell are we doing?
Like I said, interviewing. The McCarthy system is old, run down. It's time. You got to evolve into something else. Garrett, at least he's willing to hire different OCs and evolve. Zolt, we ain't popping. Zolt, you can get in here when you get in here, dude. It's like, jump in. Oh, oops. If I put, whoops. Sorry.
Hey, wait a second. Hold on a damn second. You're talking about Mike McCarthy. At least Mike.
Go ahead.
You're talking about Mike McCarthy being overrated. At least Mike McCarthy has a damn Super Bowl. What the hell's Jason Garrett have?
Okay, a Super Bowl long time ago. Brett Favre.
How many's Jason Garrett got?
Like I said,
Donuts.
is way older than you.
Excuse me?
Mike, like I said, it's like all these teams can reach out all they want. He's not going anywhere. Zolt's on Lego build. He's on Lego build and listening at the same time. So, no, like I said, I don't think that. Oh, Jesus. Anthony, really? So Mike Tomlin is still a better coach than John Harbaugh.
Well, no, Mike Tomlin
no.
just had a better actually, no, wait, he did not have a better kicker on Sunday. Hold on.
No. I was going to say no and no.
Oh, speaking of which, I have some breaking news.
Oh my God.
What?
He's going to be there a while. Wow. That's an impressive build with the kid.
Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate is leaving school and declaring for the draft.
Shocker.
Yeah, I didn't know he hadn't made a decision yet.
That's Zolt's build with the kid.
Oh, have fun.
Yeah, that's no surprise. Really, dude? Whatever. Tipped. Dude, it was missed hard. It was missed super hard. He's just, Zolt says, it won't be finished tonight. No. And like you posted in the chats earlier, Tomlin fired or Harbaugh fired is the field goal.
Somebody was getting fired after that game. I don't care what you say. Someone was getting their ass scanned. And
I still think Tomlin, I still think if Tomlin gets blown out by Houston on Monday night, I still think he's gone too.
George, there is not a single belief in my mind that either of those teams scores 24 points.
Though I think the Texans defense alone could score 21. The offense doesn't need to do the work when the defense can. Aaron Rodgers is going to get hit so hard he's going to turn around and end up back in his dark place.
Okay, and the Texans' offensive line, regardless of how great they've played, their O-line is still pedestrian as hell. And they're going up against T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith and that defensive line in Pittsburgh, which is still pretty freaking good. This is going to be a very fun defensive battle.
Oh, yeah. You still have to put that last Tomlin playoff win stat I sent you.
Oh, God.
Anywho's,
who's who?
But no, like I said, it's going to be very interesting to see the fallout. I mean, it's not done. You know, you're right. We could see Tomlin gone, McDermott gone. Who else if they lose? People are saying Dan Campbell. That ain't going to happen. Sorry, Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell's not going anywhere. Sorry, don't even start putting it in there. Don't even put that in there. It's not happening. The Bengals have clearly stated they are not getting rid of anybody either. So,
well, that's why they are what they are.
Right. So outside of those two playoff squads, I mean, does Green Bay fire their guy? If they're one and done? If they're one and done again?
That's tough. I mean,
this is going to be another one and done for them. That'd be tough to bring them back, but I mean, they're so banged up that I mean, like they don't have really their best player on their defense. Tucker Kraft isn't playing. Devontae Wyatt's out. Like, that's a good freaking question.
Well, the Browns will definitely be on the phone with both guys.
They want to bring them both. They'll bring them both in.
Barry will be calling both of them, going, "Well, you want to add it?" Oh, gee. Zolt says, Green Bay loves their guy. He's a genius. Parsons will be the excuse for losing.
That's not an excuse. It's just like, but they're so banged up. It's not just Parsons. Like Wyatt's out, Tucker Kraft is out. Like they've been so banged up all year. It's just like,
yeah. Mike's trying to soften it up. Browns don't want mediocre, Mike. Believe me, right now they'll take.
What?
Are you kidding?
If Mike's mediocre, then what the hell are the Browns?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jesus. Basically,
Mike Tomlin would look like the second coming of Lombardi to the Browns right now.
And Harbaugh and Tomlin both are still young enough, but Fox is ready to hand Tomlin a big damn contract. Fox wants Tomlin pretty damn bad on the set. They literally want the next Jimmy Johnson on the set.
He's something different for Jimmy Johnson. That'd be entertaining as hell to watch.
Yeah, well, and that's why I think that's why they want him. So that, like I said, he's got a big fat TV contract for once he's done. But that's just the question. When do you think he'd be done? You know? Oh,
whenever
Mike, for sure. He
says he is.
But going back to that, if you've got your choice, who are you calling first? I mean, Anthony, I mean, especially with the Cleveland seat being open right now. Ew. I mean, who do you think would do better? I was gonna say I'd probably say if so Sam, is Tate the first player to declare for the draft? I think he is. I think it is. I don't think I've seen anybody else.
There may have been a select few, but as of right now, that floodgate hasn't opened.
He's
yet.
Like the first major name, I believe. I think it's the first big name. I think he's the first. And we knew that was going to happen.
And now we're in that boat of who do you think is the better wide receiver, Carnell Tate or Jordan Tyson? Because they're both going top 10.
Yeah, we got plenty of time to get to them.
Oh yeah, I'm like 4 months away from that.
Yeah, we got time yet. Well, it depends on who the OCs that both of these guys are bringing in.
I would much rather trust Harbaugh with that because I freaking can't. Tomlin doesn't know a good OC. I mean,
he's been through how many OCs in the past 6 years?
I mean, Arthur Smith has been a little better than recent ones, but again, he's got Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, in Canada.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd have to go with Harbaugh on that. Yeah. For sure. And like I said, when he, I was concerned when he called Stefanski out a few months ago, I was just like, dude, that takes some brass balls to turn around and come out and say, yeah, go ahead, screw the kid up. I'm going to get him. And like I said, okie dokie. I mean, shoot, if I'm Jimmy Haslam right now, I'm like, well, you want to put up or shut up? And here's a blank check.
Exactly.
Here's an even better question. Because, John and Ozzie Newsome had a really good working relationship with Ozzie knew exactly what he wanted. John coming in, giving and working with Barry. I mean, with Barry already having a good draft last year, to even having a better draft and going, okay, let's look at these offensive linemen, which the Browns desperately need, and couldn't hurt to add another good defensive bookend for Myles Garrett.
Okay.
And you want somebody who is going to be okay, Mike. Yeah, you keep talking it down, buddy. Keep talking it down.
My point exactly what I said earlier.
Barry will be if Andrew Barry isn't interested, Haslam's firing Barry today.
Yeah, then we're
yeah, I was gonna say Barry will be gone in a New York minute. That's why I said right now, if I'm John, it's like, hey, listen, I need a little bit, but he's definitely probably going to be looking at his options, because I'm sure there's a lot of owners calling. I mean, let the guy comprehend it, because he didn't see it coming at 1:00 this afternoon. And then by 5:30, everything got leaked. And it's like, let him process it. Give him a little bit of time. But he knew that his agent is going to be all on the phone. And he's going to be telling everybody the same thing. I got your name, got your number. We'll get back to you. Let the man breathe for a few hours. I'm sure of it. Let him breathe.
we have to leave me a voicemail.
Yeah. Yeah, Zolt, like I said, first major name out there. So that's where I believe that they're going to be sitting with right now. And like I said, it's not a bad situation when you are that coveted right now. And you may, sit there and go, well, we're going to take a week or so and let's see where the chips fall. let's see where they land. Give me a little bit.
Exactly.
Let me see what all my options are. That Kansas City thing. Oh, man.
Telling you. And I mean, how many more years does Andy really think he's going to coach for?
And would he go to Kansas City and be on Andy's staff in knowing the anticipation of, hey, this guy is going to supersede me next year when I retire? I mean, there's that aspect of, but like I said, me personally, I kind of like, it's like, hey, you're coveted for a head coaching spot. It'd be super dangerous if the brothers got together on one team. I think that would be so dangerous. But we know that that's not going to happen.
That's not happening at all.
I was going to say, Cincinnati said, deal with it. We're not firing anybody. This just came out. How badly do you think they're kicking themselves right now, going, damn, maybe we shouldn't have said anything?
That's because They're
It's
stupid.
like this is why you don't need to say anything on Black Monday. You don't need to say squat because you never know who's gonna be available. You just have no idea who's going to be there.
No, you don't. You have to wait it. Honestly, like you need a week.
Let's go through the open seats.
Okay.
The Giants, I don't feel he's going to that crap show. That's just about as bad as going to the Jets.
It's here's the thing, right? If the Giants, which this is the dumb, I keep seeing. I'm not going to the NFL draft, but I'm just saying I keep seeing mock drafts saying
Nagy's already up for other coaching interviews this week, Anthony.
How in the hell? Okay, hold on. So you're gonna trigger me again. How the hell does Matt Nagy have any type of consideration to be a head coach again in this league?
I don't know.
Oh, well, he's the Chiefs offensive coordinator. Do you know what it takes? Listen, here's what it
takes.
Who's
to be really calling the Chiefs plays? Andy Reid, not the OC.
Come on, man. Like, what the hell are we doing here?
The OC's getting a free paycheck, Anthony. Come on. He's getting a free paycheck. I mean, and if Nagy was calling the plays, that's why the Chiefs sucked so bad this year.
Oh, God. But so back to my thing with the Giants. I actually think Harbaugh is a very good fit there because you've kind of already have some building blocks in place, especially on the defensive side of the ball is taken care of. They got a bunch of defensive young talent. But on the offensive side of the football, you have Jackson Dart, you have Cam Scatterbo, you have Theo Johnson at tight end, you have Malik Neighbors. If they were to re-sign, stop talking to me, we could take Jordan Tyson at 9. How many times do I have to tell Giants fans that your quarterback was in the medical tent more than he was on the field? You do not need to be taking a wide receiver at 9. What you need to do is re-sign Wan'Dale Robinson, who without Malik Neighbors this year, and 3 different quarterbacks had a career season. Re-sign Wan'Dale. Then you got Robinson, Neighbors, Theo Johnson, Scatterbo, Jackson Dart. Go draft a mother freaking offensive lineman, please.
Correct, because they need a lot of them.
And if there's somebody that knows the value of an offensive line, it's that guy.
And they do the same thing with Cleveland, too. Arizona. Yeah, I know. That's a mess. You got to remember, there will be no Kyler Murray. Kyler will be out.
Well, see, what sucks here is the Cardinals are kind of like the anti-version of that. The Cardinals also have a decent offense. When he's healthy, James Conner, McBride, Harrison, Wilson, that's a good starting spot for an offense. The problem is the most important position you don't have.
Correct.
Unless you're just going to re-sign Jacoby Brissett and then draft a guy. Which, I mean, may not be the worst thing.
Actually, okay. Let me play this scenario on you. Harbaugh goes to Arizona, makes a little phone call to Mr. Lynch, goes, "Can I get Mac Jones, please?" Oh, Mac Jones, James Conner, Harris. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a real quarterback? Yeah, I know it's in division, but you know that Mac, as much as I love the fact, and everybody was even asking me, they're like, "Oh, you getting him washed up Mac Jones?" No, I'm not. I'm the guy who knew that Mac Jones was a very good, solid quarterback, and I still think New England kind of screwed up. But hey, you got Drake May, and he's doing just fine and dandy. I think Mac Jones was doing just fine and dandy. So yes, I think Mac Jones definitely will get a starting job.
He is 100% going to get us. Look, there are 2 guys.
And I know. hang on one sec.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know that it is always about a certain system. And yes, Mac Jones in the Shanahan system looked absolutely fantastic, but he was also fantastic with the Patriots. And because the Patriots decided to roll the dice and got lucky, hey, you just happen to move another good quarterback into the league. So yes, I think that would be very interesting if you saw Mac Jones with John Harbaugh in Arizona. That would be really interesting.
There are 3 quarterbacks that are going to have a very interesting market this offseason. Mac Jones, Jacoby Brissett, and Malik Willis. They could all possibly be bridge-style quarterbacks. Not a guy that I'm going to say, oh, for the next 5 years, this is my guy. But a guy that could give you a solid 2 years until you start to figure out the long-term plan at quarterback. That's where I'm getting at here.
I agree with you on Malik and Brissett on that, but as far as Mac Jones, I disagree. I think Mac Jones would be your franchise QB.
Oh, I think he's got the higher ceiling of the 3. I agree with that. I'm just saying, like, again, and that's why I said it. They're going to have interesting. Oh, okay, now.
Zolt, I don't know but why would you want to see everybody? You want to go with that hot rookie QB. It's like, I don't know at this point.
George, hold on. Don't overthink this. I know you're a Niners guy, but you got Browns on the brain because where you live.
No, but I'm just saying, if you're Zolt's saying instant QB, but
no. So no, look, listen.
I don't know.
Listen. Draft Dante. If Dante Moore declares for the draft, he is the consensus QB2 in this draft behind Mendoza because we know Mendoza's going number 1. Take Dante Moore at 3, re-sign Jacoby Brissett, let him be the bridge guy. There you fucking go. It's fixed. And the Cardinals may have a legitimate offense because they have the weapons. I just pointed it out. James Conner, McBride, Harrison, Wilson.
I know. But like I said, if all you have to do is sign a better quarterback and you don't need to draft another quarterback, why would you not want to turn around and pick yourself up something even better at 3?
Because Dante Moore's potential is better than all the 3 guys we've been talking about for the past 3 minutes. It's just, I'm still
so a college quarterback is going to be well, against Brissett and Willis, fine. Against Mac Jones, I don't think so.
But again, we don't know how good Mac Jones as a full-time starter is yet. He had a good little run here with the Niners, yes, but we still don't know if that's going to translate somewhere else. But I'll tell you this right now. I don't have the confidence in Mac Jones in Arizona because I don't know who the hell's going to be there. That's why I said if Mac Jones is going to be a starting caliber quarterback, he has to go somewhere like what they established. Oh, that's without a freaking doubt.
Anthony, my 15-year-old is more of an upgrade.
No. All right. Look, Arizona front office, if you're watching this, you're probably not, but do me a favor. The first questions that you asked Moore in his pre-draft interview, do you own an Xbox? No, we're taking you. But my point being is, George, the reason I'm saying all this is I just said it. I said Willis, Jones, and kind of Brissett will all have interesting markets because I don't know where they're going to go. Mac Jones, to me, if he goes to Arizona, again, right now it's a question mark because we don't know who the hell is going to be the coach, who's going to be the offensive coordinator. We don't know that. But now, fast forward, if Mac Jones goes to freaking Minnesota, I'm going to pick Minnesota to be a 12-win team next year and back in the playoffs because Minnesota's roster is catered for someone like Mac Jones. Justin Jefferson, are you joking? Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, strong run game, a solid offensive line, a good defense if they keep Brian Flores because he's not a head coach candidate. His contract is up as their DC.
And if you bring in Mac Jones, you got to turn around and resign Justin. So,
well, Justin's on a contract. Why are we worried? That's not
or,
the worry about right now.
not Justin. I'm sorry. Wow, why did it just go brain dead? The other receiver, Jesus,
Addison,
thank you.
is he a free agent?
Addison's on his 4th year.
Oh shit!
So you gotta bag him.
All right, so yeah, but still, that's where I'm at with Mac Jones. If he goes to the right system, I think he's got the higher ceiling out of the other two. I don't know what Malik Willis really is. I just know there are those teams that pay weird backup quarterbacks a lot of money. And because he's mobile, teams may do it. But if you go to Arizona, where Jacoby Brissett already has a chemistry with these guys, with Harrison, with Wilson, with McBride, you bring him back for no more than a 2-year deal. Dante Moore comes in as the rookie number 3 overall pick. Brissett starts the year. If Brissett struggles, then maybe we see what Moore can do early on, and then at least you have a capable backup for a year. That's what I would do if I was Arizona. It's not even a question.
Anthony?
Ew.
No, you say ew.
No, I didn't say ew. I said ooh. I was like, again, a guy who. No, I don't like that fit either. I need him to have a guy that knows what the hell he's doing.
I'm not mad at that. That would be interesting. Again, we got to figure out who's coaching.
Exactly.
You need to know who's coaching. But yeah, that's not that isn't a bad. Oh Jesus, Mac Jones. If I'm Mac Jones, I don't want to go there. I don't want to deal with fruits and nuts. No, don't do it to him. Don't do it. Please, for the love of God, don't do it. I think he already had his pit stop in Florida. Yeah, I don't think he wants to go back.
Yeah, no, I'm good off that.
I was going to say Miami might be desperate enough to pick up Justin. That's like okay. I was going to say let's cover Harbaugh to the Falcons. Let's go Falcons for a minute.
It's another team that has plenty of talent.
But you have a quarterback problem.
Not if you don't overthink the shit.
When I say you have a quarterback problem, you have a rookie, you have a guy who's no longer a rookie, but yet still plays like a rookie. And you have Kirk Cousins, who's pretty much getting up there at this point.
Yes, but
he can beat some people, but not everybody.
Yes, but here's the problem with Kirk Cousins. Everyone wants to say that how bad he looked last year. Do you understand that an Achilles tear is a 2-year injury to fully get yourself physically back to your normal self? They were judging this man literally less than a year removed from it. Of course, he didn't look like himself, but he came at the end of this year and he looked a lot better. And the offense looked better. If I am the Falcons, I'm sorry. If I'm not having an open competition, which they should, I am going with Kirk Cousins. I don't give two shits because you know what? If Arthur Blank was pissed off that night they took Penix because he's like, guys, I just wrote this guy a enormous check, and you just drafted his replacement before he's played a snake with us.
What
the hell are we doing?
I thought he was going to fire his ass and kick him out of the war room.
The Falcons have a really elite offensive line when it's healthy. Even after losing Drew Dahlman to the Bears, they have good tackles and good guards. Center play, little solid, not as great as Dahlman, but they were okay. I'm sorry, I wouldn't do it. If I'm Atlanta, I would not release him. I keep him. Because here's the thing. At least Cousins can be a manager of a game. Maybe not the Kirk Cousins we saw in Minnesota, but he's still solid enough.
You put him back healthy again. You got Drake London. You got Bijan Robinson. You got to resign Kyle Pitts this offseason. If they choose to, they may not. They may choose not to. I would still like a more solidified wide receiver too, opposite of London. Darnell Mooney's okay, but I think I could find better. That defense in Atlanta, don't let Raheem Morris's shit scheme fool you. It's getting better. I got a good stat for you this year, real quickly.
Hey,
I just saw this.
If Kirk Cousins goes to the Cardinals and Harbaugh's there?
Well, we may have to. Okay, now that's something interesting. But listen to this real quick, because I want to stay on Atlanta for a second here, because listen to this. This year, now the Falcons had a big draft on the defensive side of the football. They took Jalen Walker. They traded multiple firsts to come back into the first round to get James Pierce, which people laughed at. James Pierce this year.
Laughing now.
Well, hold on. James Pierce had 10.5 sacks in his rookie year. Abdul Carter, Shamar Stewart, and Michael Williams, who all were drafted higher than him, combined for 6. So who the hell's laughing now? Jalen Walker, I think, had 6 sacks in this year, and he's not like a quote unquote edge rusher. He rushes off the edge. He can place the middle linebacker. He's like a Swiss Army knife. And Xavier Watts, the guy literally tied a Falcons rookie record for interceptions in a season. He tied Deion Sanders. They have Jesse Bates. They have A.J. Terrell at corner. There are only a few maybe an interior defensive lineman and an off-ball linebacker away from a really good defense. If they keep Cousins and they improve around the edges of the roster, that Falcons team could be pretty damn good next year. But I trust them more with Cousins than I do with Penix. Michael Penix has shown me nothing to where I trust him. First off, he's a left-handed quarterback. They don't grow on trees. Clearly, we know this.
Okay. The Titans. Harbaugh with the Titans.
That is a freaking mess.
Not really a whole lot to work with there.
Tennessee needs somebody that they can have there for like years and years to, like, I'm not saying Harbaugh couldn't. Harbaugh to me is more of the, can I fix this within the first 2 years, then get this thing into the postseason? The Titans are a long way from that. They have none of that.
All right, we covered the Browns already. And finally, we're coming up into the Raiders.
Why wouldn't you? You already have Brock Bowers. You're going to have Ashton Genty. Your offensive line needs a lot of work. That's where Harbaugh's strong suit usually sits. Like, look what he did in Baltimore. You're going to have Fernando Mendoza, the number 1 overall pick. Why not? Why the hell not? Honestly, that's a solid fit. They have been a joke since they went to Vegas. Let's just call it what it is. They have been an absolute shit show since they went to Vegas. And they're going to soon get tired of it. Anthony, does he really, though?
I was going to say. Yeah, the way the Titans are interviewing, he's definitely not.
Yeah, I was saying next.
Yeah, so the Raiders' job definitely would be an intriguing one.
It's a little more intriguing now that you know you're going to get Fernando Mendoza, because that really gets it going. Now, what do they do with Geno Smith? Do they just keep him as a high-priced backup, or do you think they try to move him?
Well, that would be a question for Zolt, because don't know what the caps are and what the hits would be for that. I mean, they signed him to a 3-year deal.
They got him on the final year of his deal and gave him a 2-year extension, I believe. So,
I mean, ugh. It is. Yeah. You gotta keep him this year because it would run you 26.5. Yeah, that's a hefty hit. You got the potential out in 2027, 0 dead cap. So, yeah, you got to keep him as a what'd you say, as a bridge. let the rook sit with them, and then about half a year in, turn around and go, okay, time to flip him. Time to flip him. You know, so
I agree.
Yeah. I don't know who sent that, but it's like, whoopsie. Somebody sent me the. Okay, whatever. Murray. Yeah. Oops. Damn it. I was gonna say, I just looked that up. I don't think it's I don't think it's that. Ooh, they're actually screwed. Huh. They're actually pretty hosed because of the deal with Murray. Yeah. Post January 1, or I'm sorry, June 1st, the dead cap would be 47 mil.
Yeah, that's not fun.
If it's a trade, it's only 10 million.
I don't think anyone's dumb enough to trade for that.
Just
Oh God.
I'm just saying there are some ownerships that are that stupid.
Clearly.
You could see Kyler Murray getting traded to the Jets. Sure. Why not? So yeah. You gotta sit there and trade him. I mean, that's definitely, what is the pre-trade? Let me see what even the pre-trade isn't bad. It's only 17 mil. Almost 18. So working around with some money, it could be better off if you're pre. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, if they cut, then it's 46 mil. And
yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. And since they benched him, I mean, yeah, they're gonna definitely be looking to move him. So yeah, the Jets could be an interesting trading partner.
That screams Jets to me.
Yes, it does. I mean, they're grasping at quarterbacks quicker than the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it.
Okay.
I mean, hey, tell me I'm wrong.
I'm not saying no.
It's a good foot race right now. I'm not going to lie. It's a good foot race. go 3 QBs in a season. Sure, yeah. The Raiders aren't going to pony up squat.
They don't need to.
Yeah,
They're
they
getting
got,
Fernando Mendoza.
yeah, they got the numero uno pick. I don't think they're going to bother. I don't think they're going to bother. Not at all. It's
And wait, he said the Raiders, they still did we not just bring up Geno Smith's contract like 5 minutes ago?
Yeah. Yep.
They ain't taking on Kyler. Get out of here.
Nope. Not a chance.
No. I think it's a consideration.
So Harbaugh to the Raiders, and when you think about it, you still get a Harbaugh Bowl every once in a blue moon.
Yeah, we would. We'll still get it twice a year.
And could even turn around and end up seeing them in a playoff.
Good luck. That division's a freaking bloodbath now.
Is Max if Harbaugh goes to the Raiders, Max Crosby isn't going anywhere.
Max.
You ain't trading
Max. Max won't want to leave.
Or I was going to say Max is PO'd that he got pulled.
I think
that's another reason. I think that's another thing that got Pete whacked. You're going to tell Crosby that he's sitting for the last couple of games?
I think. Well, what I think Anthony is trying to go for here is Max Crosby worth the same package? Now, it's a good question to ask, but Crosby is about to turn 29 years old. Micah is only 26, so he is a little younger. So I think he's in the same package. I think like maybe one draft pick will be taken out of it because of the age. Only a couple years, but still that matters.
Okay.
He's right around that package, though, Anthony. I don't disagree with it.
Okay.
But again, if Jim comes and they draft Mendoza, he ain't going nowhere. He finally may see a playoff game that he doesn't have to watch on his couch. All right, guys, we play next Sunday at 4:15 our time. We play next week? Well, yeah, Max, we made the playoffs. What the hell's a playoffs? It's what you play to try to win a Super Bowl. The fuck's a Super Bowl? Wait, we get championships for this shit?
We get rings? What?
All I ever got was a freaking $100 gift card to go play on the strip. What the hell is a Super Bowl?
That's funny.
Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, we covered that pretty heavy.
Good night, everybody. No, I'm just kidding.
No, we've gone through the vacancy.
Wait a minute.
Now, well, here is something that we hadn't brought up yet, and it now has to go back to this.
Oh boy.
Who do you bring in to coach Lamar Jackson?
Son of a bitch, you stole the words right out of my fucking mouth.
Hey, I'm good on segues. What can I say?
So
this is the one thing that it's like, oh, okay, where does John go? But no. Let's flip it. Who's next?
Here's where I'm at.
You popped it. There's only been 3 Ravens coaches since they moved. Ted Marchibroda, Billick, and Harbaugh. And it's not like they were super short-term coaches either. They were some long-term guys.
Yeah. So where I'm at with this, I don't think the Ravens Here's what I think the Ravens need to do. Regardless of having Lamar Jackson, what are the Ravens? When you talk about the Ravens, right? Every time we talk about the Ravens, right? Where do we go back to? The 2001 Ravens. We always talk about that team. That downright punch you in the mother effing face defense they had.
Right, which is now gone.
Yes, and I think that is, but even though this is not the same NFL, that's the Ravens' identity. They're not a flash in the pan offensive minded team. They're a downright gritty, physical, defensive football team that's offense can match its defense's production. But they always thought defense first. They've kind of gotten away from that the past couple of years. So I think instead of looking for the flashy, like somebody actually brought up today, Kevin Stefanski for Baltimore. It makes sense because it's an offensive-minded guy who coached Lamar. But that's not the Ravens' style. I think, because you know what's burning them in the ass right now, right? They had to fire John, and they're watching what Mike McDonald's doing over there in frickin' Seattle. He's a defensive-minded guy. He took that Ravens defense with him because they have not been the same since he left. They went from number 3 in the league to 18th since he left. They have not been the same. But he went and grabbed Kubiak to be his OC, and he's taking care of the offense. And Mike's like, there's your offense. This defense here is my baby. I'll take care of this. I think the Ravens are going to try to replicate the old form of Ravens football, and that is having a great defense. First name I thought of, there are 2 names that make sense here. Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley and Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter.
Not who I was thinking about, number 2.
Minter's a little young. Hafley makes a lot of sense, but they have got to do what Mike McDonald did, and they have to absolutely hit a home run on the offensive coordinator hire.
Agreed with that. But
who do you have? Who was your number 2 you were thinking of?
Defensively, Robert Saleh. Remember, he just turned around and got his new representation, and that dude is definitely back on the market. And I wouldn't put it past Biscotti for if he wants to go back to that style defense. Yeah, why not?
I mean, shit, that's a really good one.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 3. There's 3 options.
Yeah. Yeah, just thought I'd throw that one out there because, yes, I was thinking the same thing. And, like you said, because Biscotti wasn't happy with the OC setup either. So the whole coaching staff is gone. This is going to be a full-on rebuild of a whole brand new coaching staff, whoever comes in here.
Here, 49ers. I just saw this on freaking Twitter. 49ers nightmare. Robert Saleh to Baltimore, John Harbaugh to Arizona. Because then you got to deal with Harbaugh. Then you got to deal with the freaking Rams. And you got to deal with Seattle.
That's funny.
I do like this. Because Saleh, there was a report came out today that the Cardinals have requested to interview him. And if I'm Robert Saleh, I'm saying, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
I request that you lose my number.
Yeah, I think I posted it yesterday in the chat that I saw he got his new agent, and I was just like, oh, okay, we went with Was. All right, interesting. And now I was like, okay, well, what job's available? And then this popped up. So yes, I've been waiting to do the flip side of this. So yeah, the other thing is it sounds like, like you were bringing up about defensively, but offensively, you were saying, I mean, how weird. Let's pull the hypothetical. What the frick? What if both coaches just flip spots and Stefanski ends up in Baltimore and Harbaugh ends up in Cleveland? Let's play that devil's advocate for a minute.
AFC North will be an absolute shit show next year if that happens.
I mean, it's like, huh? Okay. Like so. Sounds like collusion to me.
Yeah, that would be something that I would. That would be interesting. Let's just say that.
That would be extremely interesting.
Because you have Harbaugh in Cleveland, you'll have Stefanski in Baltimore, and then you'll have freaking Tomlin still in Pittsburgh, and then you got that yokel Zach Taylor still in the freaking.
Yeah, if that happened, even Mike Tomlin would be giving the bird to both organizations, going screw you.
So he's giving the birds a bird.
The bird.
The bird's a bird.
Yeah. I mean, if that had happened, I know it's just like Tomlin would just be like, Andrew Berry, you are the biggest idiot. It's like, yeah, go ahead, call him a big idiot, and Cleveland would still own you. It's just like, oh, and then on the flip side of things, Stefanski's coming after you with Baltimore and all of their weapons and changing the scheme. It would be very interesting.
I'm very interested to see how this coaching carousel turns out. This is going to be a very interesting year of coaching.
This is the biggest carousel, and Sam, it's on fire at the moment. It is burning down.
I knew I was sweating for a reason. Jesus.
Vance Joseph getting an HC job.
He is getting some requests to be interviewed, but he's done a great job in Denver. That defense is legit, man. We know that.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's kind of the thing of, oh, well, you always go through and get interviews, and giving. Here's kind of the funny thing. You're requested for interviews, okay, to make it look good, that, say you're a head coach and you know that your coordinators are good enough, but nobody's calling. So you make a phone call to so-and-so and say, hey, can you put him on your list, grant him an interview so he gets some experience in the interview process for that job. See, some of these guys who get named out, they get named out so that they can get the experience of the interviews. They may not even be on the top of the lists. They're always interviewing anywhere from freaking 3 to 4 different people as an average. Usually most teams are going through about 3 or 4 people. So it is interesting.
Another reason why, we brought up a minute ago about the Raiders to Harbaugh. You know what else why that makes a lot of sense? The Raiders are not going to fuck around with their coaching search, because remember, who was also a part of that coaching search? A guy who has a part taking ownership in that team.
Yeah, that would be one Mr. Tom Brady.
No, Tom. And if I was what the hell? It's Al Davis, right? Was that?
That's Mike
Davis. Al's the one that paid. Okay, I got it.
Al's dead.
Okay, I always get them mixed up. But if I'm Mike Davis, I'm like, Tom, we're not calling Bill, so shut up. Tom, we're only calling Bill if you come out of retirement.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I don't
think he's coming out of retirement twice.
Nah.
Yeah, no.
Sounds like Bill's going to stick it out at UNC again for a year.
Well, his girl hasn't graduated yet. I mean, his significant partner.
Okay. Good night, everybody. I'm out of here.
We know. We're just playing.
No, Zoe, I'm kidding.
He's kidding. Totally kidding.
So it's always about to come in here and
Yeah, no kidding.
slander
I
me
was
when he
going to
gets in
say
here.
he's going to give you a tongue lashing. Jesus.
Jeez, those kids.
Just
Relax.
calm down.
That's like saying that it's not like I said Dan Orlovsky's going to be the Lions new OC.
Oh my God. Oh, yeah. I am. Since you brought up Dan.
Honestly, real quickly though, if you actually listen to Dan Orlovsky talk sometimes, honestly, it may not be the worst thing. I think Dan could be a decent coach. As long as you're not near the end zone. Then he may step out of bounds.
I was just going to say, coach of what? Because
listen, man, I don't know. It was a joke.
When I hear Dan talking, all I hear is wah, 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 wah from Charlie Brown.
Have you listened to Cam Newton talk?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's even worse.
Can we, Tyler and I, can we agree? He's paid to say stupid shit.
He has to be.
He is not. No one is that dumb.
Trying too hard to be the next Stephen A. Smith. He needs to stop trying so hard. Well,
he can't really be the next Stephen A. Smith because there's no one to do anything with Molly. I'm sorry. I didn't know if there was a bad Band-Aid to pull off there or not. But anyway. Yeah,
that's what I said, Anthony. Yeah, his girl's got one more year.
He's got one more year of eligibility until she hits the portal. God. Oh, she's going to be making her way to Ryan Day next.
Oh, Jesus.
How have we never had any type of issues with what the stuff we say?
Anywho, let's get back to the stupids on First Take.
Do we still watch them? I don't even listen to them.
It's been hard to over the past week. I'm not going to lie. Since I was on vacation for a week, I had the pleasure of catching up and watching some of the shows, and I was like, oh, now I know why. I'll just watch the Get Up crew first, and then as soon as First Take's ready to go at 10, it's time to turn it off. Because my God, please get some new people. Get some new people. It's tough to sit there and listen to them. I'd rather listen to Pat McAfee for 4 hours.
Well, I can watch. There are only a few guys on like national TV I can listen to. I can listen to Pat. I can listen to Colin Cowherd still. I can't. I'm okay. I like Cowherd's not bad. I don't mind him. The rest of them,
he's rough to get through for me.
Yeah, but I'm not saying he's not. But I can watch him more than I can watch anything on ESPN.
Like I said, the Get Up crew is fine.
Greeny, yeah, well, I'm always at work. I'm always at work and not up early enough for my days off to watch them.
Yeah, the Greeny and the crew are fine. I don't mind them at all. It's common sense brought to the table with that group, so I'm fine.
What time does that start?
8:00. They're 8 to 10.
I have to watch that tomorrow now.
Yeah, they're on from 8 to 10. And oh my goodness, is their show about to be very interesting tomorrow morning?
Interesting is an understatement.
Anthony says he can't watch Perkins.
Oh God, Kendrick Perkins is so bad. It's so bad.
Okay. Who else would you figure could handle Lamar? I mean, Anthony brought up Cliff. And I'm like, okay. Oh yeah, but if you didn't notice, Washington Quinn ixnayed the OC and the DC today. So warning, Quinn's job's on the line. If he doesn't have something to have a proven rebound next year when Jaden's 100% healthy, bye-bye, Mr. Quinn. You'll be done as an 8 seed.
Well, first of all, I kind of hope Kingsbury doesn't get hired because I'd like the Eagles to poach him for their OC position when they fire Kevin Patullo. So let me stay cautiously optimistic there, which probably won't happen, but it's okay. I could dream. No, Kingsbury makes a lot of sense in Baltimore, as does Stefanski. Those are two offensive-minded guys that may be able to get some to coach Lamar, because I'm trying to think of other guys. Not Matt Nagy, for the love of God. Yeah, they're DC. I mean, Dan Quinn had to take his play calling away mid-season, so that told you all you need to know about their DC.
Yeah.
Their DC wasn't good last year anyway. They didn't win last year because of their defense. They won because Jaden Daniels was an absolute superstar.
See, and I think Dan Quinn is a better DC than he is an HC. I still think he's a better DC overall. It's
agree.
hard. I think it's hard him being on an HC spot. I think he's better as a DC. Del Rio was better as a coordinator too than he was a head coach. And I love Del Rio. Del Rio is awesome. I wish Del Rio would have came to Cleveland.
Actually, I was going to ask you something.
Now that I think about it, Del Rio would be an interesting pick for Cleveland. Now that I think about it,
maybe
that would be very interesting.
But what I was going to ask about Cleveland, what do you think the future holds with Jim Schwartz? Do you think he stays? Do you think the new coach brings in his guy? Somebody did bring up, do they interview Schwartz for the job?
See, and that was one thing too. And I hadn't really gone through my aspects of that because I was actually waiting to sit down with the other guys to kind of vegetate on that one. Was who would be good for the Browns to turn around and nab. And if Schwartz was gonna, because I said if they would have fired Stefanski earlier and they would have promoted Schwartz, I wouldn't have been mad.
Kind of like a little bit of a window to see if it was a good idea or not.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been mad at it. I mean, especially if he would have had the last two games, and then it's, hey, you won the last two games with him. It's like, oh, okay, well, we'll give him a shot.
But once again, Jim's another guy that I think he's an okay head coach. I think he's a better coordinator, but he has to. Every defensive head coach has to do one thing well. They have got to hit a home run hire for offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Because if
and he wasn't bad in Detroit. It was just a lot of bad luck in Detroit. Unfortunately,
Detroit was cursed until they started biting kneecaps off people.
Yeah, and like I said, I think Jim Schwartz, he just happened to hit a run of bad luck in his last two. I wouldn't be mad at it if Schwartz were to stay, if somebody new did come in, if it's an offensive oriented coach, yeah, my first thing would be to talk to Jim and say, hey, I want you to stay. I mean, personally, especially if you don't have somebody in mind right off the rip.
Yeah, because actually a fun fact here is, and this is once
Anthony,
again,
the Titans are going to request like 20 freaking interviews.
The funny thing is about Jim Schwartz, even back to his time in Philly, Doug Peterson didn't hire him. The Eagles hired him.
Really?
George.
I thought it was Peterson who did.
No, Peterson picked out some. The Eagles always the defense. Now, see, here's the thing. The reason behind this is, remember what did I say when Doug got fired? Doug didn't take the deal that Nick did. After 2023, Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie sat down with Nick Sirianni and said, look, we need to get experienced coordinators on this staff to be able to maximize this team's potential. You need to let us be involved in this search. That was the deal Doug wouldn't take. That's why Doug got fired.
Okay.
So, because I'm going to say this 1,000 times. Nick Sirianni, I like him as a coach. He's been fine. I mean, look, a mutual thing here. He has had one of the best first 5 years of a head coach than anybody in the NFL.
Well, shoot, when you say that the Kellen Moore thing kind of makes sense then too.
He didn't hire Kellen Moore.
No, I'm saying, but the Eagles did.
Well, no. I think Nick had more of a say in hiring Kellen Moore. I don't think he had any say in hiring Vic Fangio. I think the Eagles flat out, because if you remember, in 2022, when they still had that rat-faced, bald-head bastard Jonathan Gannon running the defense, Vic was working with the Eagles as a consultant. And the Eagles' plan was, if Jonathan Gannon is going to take a head coaching job, we're going to promote Vic then. But that rat-faced, balding-ass jackass decides to say after the NFC title game, oh, I'm staying in Philly. I love it here. Then, meanwhile, after he tanked the Super Bowl, he decided to go on a fucking job interview with the Cardinals, and that's how I got stuck with Sean Desai, because by the time Gannon took his damn interview, the Dolphins already hired Vic Fangio as their DC. Now, look, am I upset with how it's gone, how it's happened since? No. Miami players didn't like Vic Fangio. They're freaking lost. They're a joke now. Vic came back here. I won a Super Bowl. I'm back in the playoffs again. I'm not upset at all. Except Jonathan Gannon, when he got fired, I did a little skip to my lip. Because he's the one coach I have been going against ever since he got hired. Because how the hell do you hire a coordinator who's not even good at the damn unit he coordinates? Sorry for my tirade, but my point being here is, I'm not saying Nick Sirianni is a hand puppet. Like, they're not like, all right, come on, Nick. Let's walk you over here, Nick. That's not what I'm saying. Howie and Jeffrey, they made a mistake a decade ago. It's called, they gave Chip Kelly the Andy Reid control.
Oh, I don't know who
Andy Reid had almost all of personnel control when he was in Philadelphia. Oh, sweet Mary, Mother of God.
Oh, my God. Who
Is that Tom? Why does Tomlin look like Takeo Spikes?
I was just going to say, that does not look like Tomlin. Yeah.
It does.
Oh, my God. It does a little, but that's hilarious. That is oh my God. I thought my flip was funny. Oh my God. That flip is even better. That one would make Cincinnati go, what the hell? Oh my God. Oh, that's priceless. I'm going to have to save this. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, so like where I'm going with this, so it's like I said, when Andy was in Philly, he controlled mostly everything. When Chip got here, they gave Chip that same control, George, and you saw what happened. He traded LaShawn McCoy. He let Jeremy Maclin walk in free agency. He released, not traded for an asset, released Donzo, but Deshaun freaking Jackson in the prime of his career. That set the Eagles' offense back almost 5 years because they had no playmakers. Then when Doug came in, Doug worked with Howie, but Howie and Jeffrey were a lot more hands-on because they don't want to give a head coach that type of personnel control again because of what happened. Now, granted, let's be fair. Since they've gone to this philosophy, it's worked. They've won 2 Super Bowls, and we've been one of the better teams in the NFC over the past half-decade. But they have a lot to say when it comes to hiring coordinators. Now, I understand a lot of Eagle fans are pissed off that they gave the job to Kevin Patullo, but you need to understand something. When you are playing football until February the 9th, and then literally on February the 16th, when all these other coaching staffs have been finalized,
And then you hear, oh, by the way, Kellen Moore's going to the Saints. You're kind of the last dog to the bull. Like, all right, well, who the hell who's the OC now? All the veteran guys we can look at have jobs now. We're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
So I can't get too mad at them for this year, but I will tell you now, if we come out on Sunday and this offense looks like baby back dog shit, and we freaking walk ourselves right out of the playoffs because we can't run more than one freaking route in the passing game, Capitula's ass won't make it to the locker room on Sunday.
Yeah, I was going to say, security won't even let him in back in.
No, the fans,
I'm sorry,
the fans may throw stuff at him
that way.
But yeah, like I'm not trying to sit here and say like, oh, they have to hold Nick by his hands and strong arm. I'm just saying like they are trying to continue to put the best team on the field to compete for an NFC championship game or a Super Bowl every year. And Nick has taken the deal that Doug Peterson would. That's all I was saying. But no, a lot of rumors came out early that Doug didn't really hire Jim, but the Eagles kind of hired him. Because actually, I think I forget who they freaking. There was a rumor that came out that they had the Jim Schwartz idea before they even hired Doug. I don't know how true that was, but no. But back to the Browns, honestly, like, my goddamn, Jim Schwartz done a pretty good job with that defense over the past couple of years, and it's getting better. You have easily, George, the best defensive player in the fucking game.
Yeah, I mean,
now. You've got Denzel Ward in the secondary with Grant Delpit. And now you're starting to get younger. Mason Graham's going to be a hell of a defensive tackle. Carson Swessinger is going to be a hell of a linebacker. And that's what I'm saying about Andrew Berry. Clearly, he can evaluate some talent. Look what he just did. Do you know why the Eagles? Now, look, the Browns took Carson Swessinger he was the first pick of the second round. Do you remember when we did that draft show last year, the Eagles trading up one spot for Jahad Campbell?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Because Cleveland was trying to jump back in to get Campbell.
Which would have worked out real nice.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, Carson Swessinger and Jahad Campbell are going to be phenomenal players in their career. I think either or you could have went with, and it would have been fine. But on paper, with the draft process, Jahad Campbell was the bigger name and the better player. I think they're both going to be great. But look what and offensively, at least you have a little bit of a building block. You got a good tight end in Harold Fanning. Your running back core looks good. Jerry Jeudy, if he's not a wide receiver 1, he's at least a lower grade wide receiver 2. So, like, if you drafted a Cardell Tate, you're looking pretty good there. The question still has to be, who's your head coach? You got to fix your offensive line, and who the hell's your quarterback next year? Are you going with Shador? Are you going to bring in a veteran? Are you going to draft another? I don't know.
I'm gonna turn around and that's been the $1 million question. Everybody's sitting there going, "Yep, you need to work on that QB spot. You got to take a QB." Sorry, folks. I think you're locked in at Shador, and you're going to sit there and you're going to ride it for a little bit.
But yeah, let's see what happens in a full year with a more consistent.
It's gonna be. Listen, you wasted way too much already turning around and trying to pick left, right, and center. So you're gonna be stuck with Shador. I know Justin's not going to be a big fan of this one, but no, you're not going to get a quarterback out of this draft. I think you're going to have to sit there and study that you still need offensive line help, and I think that's exactly where Cleveland goes with their first round pick. I think they'll probably trade down to turn around and do it, but they're going to take.
And that's the other thing. You not only did you trade down to and still got Mason Graham, you got an extra first from Jacksonville in that Travis Hunter thing.
Right. And so you get to pick another body later on in the draft.
And
where exactly? But you're going to get 2 first-round picks.
Yeah. So, and what Andrew Berry just did with his entire draft this year, I'm confident in that. Like I said, the guy's been around a successful front office in Philadelphia. He was the assistant to Howie Roseman for a few years. They are in good shape with him. But nothing's going to matter more than who you hire. You got to hit on that head coaching hire.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And then it's like I said, it's just a matter of
Again, like, don't get me wrong. I understand, like, Stefanski's supposed to be this offensive-minded guy. I didn't see Shador succeeding with a guy who kind of knew he was going to be out of there in a few weeks anyway. I think Stefanski at this point was just like, dude, I got to get the fuck out of this place. I think that's where he was. I think both sides needed it. And I still think Shador may be a capable quarterback. I'm not saying he's going to be a fucking stud. He's not going to come out here throwing for 5,000 yards, 45 touchdowns, but he may be decent.
Joe Montana didn't do that. Joe Montana was a good game manager. If you have a good game managing quarterback, you don't need to sit there and burn your arm out for 5,000 yards.
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to put that pressure on him, but still, if you put him with the right coach in a decent system, you've already got a nice little duo at tight end. You have a strong run game. You beef up that O-line a little bit. Because I'll tell you right now,
and that second pick that you get in the first round, you take your wide receiver. Take your wide receiver there. Take your wide receiver because it's gonna be in the 20s anyway. Well, or higher, depending on what Jacksonville does. Right now, they're on.
Jacksonville could be playing in California in a few weeks, for all we know.
Yeah, so you're going to be, in that back end of the draft anyway. So why not turn around and pull a wide receiver there? I ain't mad at it. As long as you get offense, you work on the offensive line with your first one in that top 10, and then you turn around and go fetch yourself another wide receiver on the back end. I mean, sure, I'm in. I mean, in hell, if you trade back and you still get your offensive lineman and all you've just done is get another first rounder for next year, okay, sure. Why not?
Wow, we got a big one here. Washington quarterback Desmond Williams just entered the transfer portal.
I was going to say, who hasn't entered the portal?
Jeremiah Smith.
Sorry, don't think that one's happening.
He already tweeted out he's not going anywhere. Why would he?
Yeah, I don't. I've got other stuff I wanted to go through, Sam.
Oh wait, hold on. Here, listen to this report that just came out a few hours ago. A key pressure point in John Harbaugh's firing was his refusal to entertain any conversations about moving on from offensive coordinator Todd Monken.
Yeah, I had seen that too. And it's going to be a lot of speculation in that.
Well, that's another key that kind of the same thing in Philadelphia. Back with Doug Peterson, he got fired because he wanted to promote Press Taylor as his offensive coordinator. And Doug's like, are you, Doug? And Howie and Jeffrey are like, Doug, no offense, we love you, but are you out of your freaking mind? Our offense has sucked since Frank Reich left. What are we doing here? Anyway.
So I wanted to kick off the show, like literally, with Mr. Cam Little giving the big middle finger to the NFL since they didn't want to have his 70-yard field goal for the longest in NFL history, and they wouldn't allow it because it was preseason. Cam gave the NFL the big F you, not once, but twice, as he just now owns both records for, it had to be indoor. Well, okay, fine. He did 68 indoor, and on Sunday he did 67 outdoor. So, claim it what you will, NFL, that's Cam Little giving you the big F you, buddy. Sam, that's one hell of a kicker.
And people out there saying kickers don't matter. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm sorry, but that young man, yeah. You know, the only thing that could make that even better is if he drills one of those long ones, if it happens to be in the Super Bowl, and he ends up with like the Super Bowl record for kicking a field goal in San Francisco with a nice breeze helping behind him. And it's like, oh yeah, let's just, hey, if we knock this off in the regular season, hey, what about the postseason? Well, okay, fine. So he's still got one more little thing to climb, little rung to climb. But yeah, I think the book's out. The kid's good, don't you think?
Pretty freaking much.
And it's not like he's missing a whole lot either, especially if you're drilling him. I mean, I'm watching, it's like, yeah, these things aren't like just barely getting over the bar, Sam. These things are,
Oh, no.
I mean, especially indoors in Vegas. Come on, man. Seriously. Indoors, no wind. Yeah, I think the kid's good. I think the kid's really good.
His kicks would be good from 75, some of them.
I mean, you could literally, you're almost lining up at the 50-yard line. When you have a weapon like that, I mean, duh. Okay, Trevor, where do we got to get to? Get to about 45. I'm good. Okay. Okay, no problem. I mean, Sam, we usually see, I saw, when I saw it on TV, they're just like, where's his range? Usually we see that field goal line somewhere around between 30 and 35-yard line. Oh, hell no. That thing was like at the 42. They had it on TV. They set him up at the 42 because they're like, oh, yeah, he could probably get away with booting it from here.
Probably could.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? It was insane. But I think it's fantastic. It's just like, hey, yeah, try it from here. Okay.
You remember what was it on here? I brought up something about like how we had the swing off in the All-Star game of baseball, but in football, instead of finishing in a tie, we have the best 2 out of 3 field goal kicks. I need that game to be between the Cowboys and Brandon Aubrey and Jacksonville.
Yeah,
Best 2 out of 3.
Yeah, Aubrey, I think, was next on the list at 66.
Aubrey had that crazy stretch, like what, a year and a half, like a year ago, where he just couldn't miss a damn thing.
And then, of course, Adam had to draft him and ruin him.
Well, everything Adam touches gets ruined when it comes to football. We know that much. Surprised Bryce Underwood hasn't entered the portal yet.
Oh, wow. Wow.
No, honestly, in all honesty, Michigan is they're looking good for next year. Maybe they'll actually let Underwood throw the football.
Also, side note, since bringing up kickers, Canada has literally had hell freeze over starting this upcoming season. The CFL has finally come to their senses, and the field goal post will no longer be in the end zone. It will now be set at NFL standards behind the end zone.
Their field goal posts are in the end zone? What the hell is this?
I take it you've never watched a CFL game.
Hell no, I don't watch the CFL.
Oh. Okay. Let me do a little rewind of CFL stuff.
I'm about to look this up.
Yes. The CFL also, you have to complete your first down, not in 4 downs, but 3 downs. The field is 55. In fact, I believe they may be cutting the field, if I thought correctly, as well. There are some other CFL changes, and unsure if they are changing the 55-yard line out and making it 50 again. But yes, their fields are wider and longer.
Shit was
And yes, they only go 3 downs. So if you can imagine only having first down and second down, and then you have to punt on third down. The one thing that I did like about CFL is your wide receivers can go in motion and run forward towards the line of scrimmage, but you got to time that snap, brother, like nobody's business from being off sides. Yes, you can have a wide receiver go all the way around backwards and have a 10-yard full-on sprint head start coming against your defender. You really should watch Doug Flutie in a Toronto Argonauts game on YouTube sometime, especially when he had Pinball as his running back. Oh my God. There were a lot of fun Toronto Argonauts games to be watched.
I'll be damned. These motherfuckers had their field goal post in the end zone. I've seen it all.
Yeah, the NFL had that as well back in the day and changed it pretty quickly.
Gee, George, how would you know that?
Oh, shut up. Yeah, as you can imagine, the concussions that are to be had when you are running across the middle and bam, you have no idea whether or not it was the field goal post or the defender, and you don't know which one hit you or if you hit it. So yes, yeah, you really need to check out a CFL game sometime, my friend. That is some interesting football. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie at all. It's actually a lot of fun to watch. I
may have to.
I when I lived up in Detroit for several years, I got Channel 9 and I loved watching CBC. I loved watching some Canadian Football Leagues games. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Excuse me.
Oh dear God! Please go look what Clint just put in the chat.
Clint, if they had a quarterback who could throw the football, it'd be a different story.
Well, the funny thing was, do you know Nick Bosa still finished 4th on the Niners team in sacks, and he only played like 2 weeks?
Yeah, I was gonna say for where. Well, no, I was gonna say being over by Jersey, I thought you might pick up a little bit of Toronto. Okay, yeah, check out the CFL. You'd have been surprised, very surprised, especially with some of their rules. You thought our refs were crazy.
Well, our refs aren't crazy; they're just stupid.
Well, there's tons of fun to be had in a CFL game too. A lot of them.
I'm sure there is.
But yes, the CFL has come to their senses and have put the field goal post out of the end zone.
That'll be an interesting adjustment for those kickers. As I knock my microphone completely off the desk.
The goalposts would be moved to the back of the end zones, basically making room for QBs to make unobstructed passes in the end zone. Duh. More options for offenses starting drives near their own goal line. Better views of the end zone in the stadium and on TV. No more doinks from the QBs off the uprights, which, by the way, is hilarious as I'll get out.
Could you imagine a running back running full force for a touchdown and not being able to stop?
Like I said, you need to watch a few games. Sometimes it's not pretty.
Yeah, that's like a player safety problem right there.
And it looks like, yes, they are. I was correct. In 2027, The field will be adjusted to match the NFL. They will be changing their field from 110 yards to 100 yards.
Airfield 110 yards.
Yes. Their end
What
zones will
the
be changed
hell?
from 20 yards deep. Like I said, 20-yard end zone, dude. It's a big end zone. They will be changing it from the 20 yards deep to 15. And the field itself will be changed from 110 to 100. So they will be eliminating the 55-yard line. Yes, I said the 55-yard line.
What the hell did I just hear?
Like I said, you really need to see one of these games. It takes a little bit to kind of get used to it. But the 65-yard width will be maintained, by the way.
Interesting.
2026, the Rouge will be modified. No more games decided by a missed field goal or punt or kickoff that goes through the end zone. That's the other thing they're scoring. No single point when missed field goals go wide of the goalposts. Yes, that's a thing. If you missed, you got 1 point. If you made it, you got 3. Yeah, I'll let that sink in for a minute. Yeah.
That's sinking like the Titanic.
There's still it hurts to say it. No single point when punts or kickoffs sail or bounce through the back or sides of the end zone without being touched by a runner. A single point will still be awarded when a returner can't take a punt, field goal, or kickoff out of the end zone. And a single point will still be given when a returner takes a knee. Sam's like, what?
Hell are we talking about right now?
Yeah, this is why, in CFL, they're going to be really strategic about that kickoff return zone. That's why they have a lot of returns, is because they don't want to kick it out of the back of the end zone. That's why if I'm a NFL squad with their new rules, I'm going to grab me a CFL kicker in a heartbeat, because we know that those boys know how to turn around and dance that ball right on into that 10-yard area, in that 10-yard buffer zone all day long. I'll take that all day. Number 4, game flow will be improved with the team benches moving to opposite sides of the field and an automatic 35-second play clock beginning as soon as the previous play is whistled dead. Yes, Sam, the team benches were both on one side.
So what is this, the NBA?
So, yes, it's taken them a little while, apparently, to catch up to the modern age of some football. Yes, both teams were on the same sideline.
What?
Yeah, I know. Of course, it says team bench locations avoids lengthy player substitutions and it limits the players running 60 plus yards down the field right before a play. It also will avoid unnecessary interaction between opposing teams and the consistency across the league. Some benches are currently on opposing sides while others are still side by side. So they're making that standard rule numero uno.
What
Um,
they're
the 35-second play clock, by the way, is because the current 20-second play clock is manually initiated by an official, leading to variability, it says. Eliminates the inconsistency in overall timing and pace, and instills a sense of urgency in players to progress the game and continue a drive quickly. Well, now that they'll have the benches on opposite sides of the field, I would sure as heck hope so.
yeah, you think?
Just a hair. Just a hair.
Just a hair on my chinny chin chin.
They of course said, well, what's the main ideas behind the changes? Well, duh. More consistent game flow and less downtime. Hello. Oh yeah, more touchdowns. Yeah. Bolder play calls. Coaches can take more risks and be more aggressive. And a better game experience both in the stands and watching from home. So apparently, because with the goalpost being out of the field of play, you'll have more direct sight lines for the end zones. That's why. This is my favorite one. This is hilarious. Is the Canadian Football League becoming less Canadian? Is the Canadian Football League becoming less Canadian? Dude, it's a safety issue. Tyler saying it. He says, let's get Tyler. Oh my God.
Hold on.
That much screen real estate. Wow. Holy Toledo.
That's right. Stay your ass in the comments. Stay off of here because I don't need to deal. First of all, I don't want to hear him talking with that freaking runway he calls a forehand. So I don't want to hear him start with me.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to hear him start with me right now.
Oh wow. Wow. It's awesome. Dude, that ain't right. That is wrong.
Did you just read? Is the Canadian Football League becoming less Canadian? What does that even mean?
I can't make that up. It's right here. Is the Canadian Football League becoming less Canadian?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Done. We're not doing this anymore. I just heard, is the Canadian Football League becoming less Canadian? I'm done.
Of course, they did the same thing the NFL did. They're saying before 1929, throwing the ball forward was illegal. Could you imagine, the forward pass being illegal in today's game?
We'd have a bunch of 3-0 games. What the hell are we doing here?
No, we had scary games at that point. I mean, you're seriously, you're still putting up a point for a missed, the missed kickoff. You're still getting a point if the guy can't get it out of the end zone. Technically, yes, majority of their roster are washed up NFL players or wannabes. Actually, no, Tyler. There are a lot of guys who are actually over from Europe, and they're not too bad. They're not too bad at all. In fact, some of them actually get poached from the NFL. So, ironically, some guys do very well in Canada and then get poached by the NFL. I mean, Doug Flutie had to go from the NFL to the CFL, was very successful, and then got repoached back by Belichick. So, I mean, it worked out for Flutie. There's no downside. Not that I can see. There. Now I give Sam even more space on the screen. How you like them apples?
Every time I hear you say how you like them apples, I go back. I remember when I first started, like when we first met, I followed the Dueling Aces Facebook page, and like one of the pinned shows was like one of your first ones. And I just remember the beginning of the show where Zolt saying he hates the picture that you used for him.
Yeah, definitely had to change that.
And he said it looked like a thing from Match.com, which cracked me up every time I watched it.
Okay, now that we got through, since we got through that little segue, let's get into the nitty gritty. Saturday, who you thinking on this? I'm not a fan of that spread, and I might take that spread because scarily, that was almost the same spread it was last time. At 10
Which game are we talking about here?
I'm sorry, the first one up, Rams at Carolina.
Yes, but
My phone just auto-rotated because Sam's head got bigger.
Anybody who's interested, I'm currently looking for a new co-host for Unbiased and all of 609 Sports Talk Radio. The last one got fired because he had a kind of a disease. It's called total jackassness. He knows I love him like a brother, but he's a jackass.
Oh my gosh. Wow. So the last time I was just like, yeah, I thought that the Rams could totally do it, and the Rams ended up losing their minds. I don't care if you've got Devontae Adams back or not. You had him the last time too. I don't see 10.5. I'm sorry.
No, but I do see.
That's your tag team partner. Gotta love him.
Yeah, he is.
Gotta love him.
I know. He's the little brother I absolutely beg to never have.
Sorry, but I'm here anyway.
Oh, thank God.
We're just enjoying the wonderful comments from Tyler right now.
No, they're not. They're not wonderful for. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
Always happy to see Tyler.
Anywho, where were we?
I was going to say, right now, if you look on this screen, there's a lot of big foreheads. So, what's the difference? Zolt's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
How's it going, Tyler? Welcome to the real show.
Hey, we've been cruising along just fine.
Yeah, you guys been doing all right.
I needed Zolt like the frickin' Niners need a healthy defensive lineman.
Lineman? How about anybody?
Did you, Zolt? I don't know if you were listening earlier when I said this. Do you know that Nick Bosa is currently still fourth on that team in sacks on the year, and hasn't played since like September?
Wow. Well, that was like that Garrett Wilson stat. I saw that stat earlier today, and that is unbelievable. If y'all didn't see that.
Scary.
So what's new today? Anything happened today? I don't think anything happened today. It's been a pretty boring day, don't you think?
Pretty much. We've been on here for 2.5 hours. We barely talked about shit.
Yeah. You know,
it's
a good thing you were riding the wave with us through the chat.
I mean, George walked himself into an old joke like he always does when he said, the NFL used to have the goalpost inside the end zone. I'm like, gee, George, how do you know that?
I was familiarizing our young friend here, Dave, with the CFL and how the
What do you think?
CFL games and the CFL rules,
What?
and they've come out of their hibernation of the 1800s of football and decided to move the field goal posts outside of the end zone
I was going to
next
say
year.
you're talking about it like it's dead. I mean, it's like the
Well,
CFL's been
it
there. It's
was
still here.
right. Well, they turn around. They said they're making the changes so that it's a safety issue. I went, wow. They finally realized that it took them till now.
Got news for you.
So
It was a safety issue 20 years ago too.
yeah, they're also shortening the end zones to 15 yards and taking away the 55-yard line, and they will be shrinking it to 100 yards, making the 50-yard line. But they're still keeping the 65-yard wide field, and they
Okay.
decided to put the benches on the opposite field ends of the field.
So we're just making this up as we go now, huh?
Oh, they're and it was hilarious because I even showed Sam the article, and they asked, is the CFL becoming less Canadian? And Sam almost lost his mind. His mind.
What, did they change the name?
Nope, still the
This
same
is
name.
the only way it's getting less Canadian.
Right, right.
So I don't. If you're in the middle of going through games, I don't want to interrupt.
We're just starting.
Okay. Well, I have a topic that's actually going to take the place of our fill in the blank. But it's gonna take us a minute to run through.
I actually have a fill in the blank for this evening.
Stealing my gig again.
You're not going to be disappointed with this one. There was actually some homework done. I came up with a good one. I even told Sam it's in his wheelhouse. It happens to be basketball, so related. So
I thought you meant in his wheelhouse, as in it's been in the past 10 years.
well, 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 we'll see. But no, what you got?
Oh, like I said, it's going to monopolize a lot of the show. So if you want to go through games, that's fine. We can go through games. We'll get to my thing.
Okay. Well, like I said, we're just kicking off with this. At the moment, I don't see the Rams doing 10.5 because that was the line the last time. And they had everybody. And yeah, I don't see it happening twice.
I mean, and frankly, they're not exactly playing their best football right now.
Nope.
Again,
yeah, you blew out the Cardinals. So what?
Right.
Not only that, it's like the one thing Tyler and I have brought this up about the Rams for the past 2 years. That defensive line is lethal. They can get after the quarterback. The problem is, for some odd reason, they cannot stop the run for shit. And what's Carolina's strong suit? Running the football with Chuba and Rico. Which, by the way, can you come up with a better two names for running backs? Rico and Chuba? Can you ever come up with that again?
That is a remake of Hawaii 5-0 if I've ever heard of one.
Right.
Pretty much. But so I agree. I still think the Rams are going to win. I mean, McVay, Stafford, been there, done that, been through this before. Panthers have been a nice story. They're back in the playoffs. They have the Falcons to thank for that. But, maybe they could have helped out the Falcons pay some of Kirk's contract. I don't know. Maybe a little thank you in there, but whatever. But I don't think that the spread's too high. There's no way. I don't think this is going to be 10.5. I think it's going to be about a 7 to 8 point game. I am picking the Rams. But if Carolina can run that football, anything's possible because the Rams do struggle with stopping the run.
And then once that run really gets established, that little bit of play action to that nice hot rookie wide receiver doesn't hurt.
Oh, that doesn't hurt at all.
Doesn't hurt at all. I'm leaning that way as well. I'm thinking it's only a 4 or 5 point win myself. but I was also choosing the Rams as well.
I'll split the difference and go 6 points between the two of you, but it's a not in doubt 6 points. Like, you get to like the fourth quarter and Carolina cannot get anything going, and the Rams just basically possess the ball to end the game.
Yeah, fair enough. Did I not send the link in?
No, you didn't. You put it in the chat with Tyler. Now you never put it in the jam session one.
So how did I?
You got it to you. You sent it to me when I messaged you a Lego.
Oh, oops. Whoopsie.
But yeah, I'm going. The Rams are just, like I said, been there, done that before. It won't be a 10.5 spread, but if Carolina wins this game, then I don't know.
If Carolina wins this game, it kind of changes a whole lot about what I think about the NFL.
Well,
what's going to happen?
We've seen weirder crap.
No, you know what's going to happen? They're going to win this game, and Cam Newton's going to somehow say, I had a big part in this.
Oh God,
no. That Chicago Green Bay game, I don't know. I think the lines, it's going to be a pick 'em.
Here's what gets me with this game. This is what, the third time these teams have now played each other in a span of 5 weeks?
And no Parsons now.
I understand that, but still, it's a division game, and you're still, and they didn't have Parsons the last time they played him either. He got hurt in the Denver game. So they've played him once,
and they won. Parsons. And they won that game.
So this is going to be a very interesting how this goes, because now, again, this is still, I know Jordan Love hasn't had a lot of playoff success, but he's been there a few times now. This is the first time we're seeing Caleb Williams in the playoffs. Does the stage get a little too big for him? Well, does he make some of those Caleb mistakes, like the overthrows or the throws that when he doesn't have to throw a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, he still does? Do some of those things come into effect? If the Bears' run game doesn't get going completely, does it hurt them? Again, this is why I hate let's play division opponents 2 out of 3 weeks to end the season, because now this is the rubber match now.
I agree with you 100%. And my thing on this is, Jordan Love cleared protocol actually before last week. They went, we're not going to risk. Why bother risking?
They're locked in where they are.
Right. They were locked in at 7 anyway. So it's like, why not give them another week? No big deal, which I'm fine with. But I think that first quarter, maybe quarter and a half, Love is going to be a little rusty. He'll show that rust. But that also kind of concerns me of how much is Ben Johnson. I mean, a lot of it I think is going to be on, and Dave can probably speak on it a little bit more than I think Ben Johnson is kind of filling these guys' heads just like Shanahan even would, or any of the, heck, I'll even go further with that, with even Belichick going, hey, it's just another game. Just set up, line up, and go play by play. You don't have to sit there and go, oh, it's the playoff. It's like, well, yeah, you want to, fine. But it's one game at a time, one play at a time. And I believe Ben Johnson has got that attitude and bringing that from Dan Campbell, and has literally instilled that into the Bears. Would I be mistaken on that, Zolt, or not?
I think that's going to be the game plan going in. You can plan it out as much as you want. You can strategize as much as you want. Eventually, the game takes over. And regardless of what your plan is, you're out there playing football. And to bring up Sam's point of, does Caleb revert, does he start making those little mistakes here and there? He makes them in regular games. Now it's amplified. So what I want to point out, though, and I just we've glossed on it. Green Bay favored by 1.5 on the road. That's an implied 4-point favorite on the road.
Saturday's weather, by the way, snow showers and a 15 to 25 mile an hour wind.
I don't think either of these teams are really going to be affected so much by the weather. They've seen it. They know it. They live it. I just, honestly, to me, Green Bay's the better team. I'd say, honestly, I would take I'd give the 1.5. I think they're going to win by a touchdown. So.
Okay.
And as much as I make fun of Green Bay for their fans thinking Matt LaFleur is a genius, he knows his stuff. He's not dumb.
Even though he couldn't put up more than 7 points and out-coach Kevin Patullo, but
yeah, everybody has a bad game.
Yeah, I know it's the rubber match, but I'm thinking that the Chicago defense, I think, will hold up and outlast on this one. Because I definitely wouldn't want to leave it down to a kicker. Just got to stay away from those aspects of football games at the moment.
Kickers, yes, you should always stay away from kickers.
I don't know. That Ole Miss kicker did pretty good on Thursday night, didn't he?
That is true.
He did his job.
Unlike poor Mr. Loop.
I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah. So Sunday, Buffalo is at Jacksonville and favored only by 1.5.
By the way, I think the Bears are going to make the NFC title game.
Oh my!
They're weird.
I could.
They're weird.
No, it's Seattle and Chicago. I wouldn't be mad at it.
They're weird. Like, they're one of those teams like it's like the Lions a couple of years ago when they were just on the edge, and you're like, they shouldn't be this good, but they are, and I don't know why they are. The same thing with the Bears. Like, they shouldn't be, and they are.
Especially with a 1-year turnaround.
Exactly.
My God, could you imagine if the Bears accidentally end up in the Super Bowl? Who's your coach of the year? Who's your coach of the year?
Well, that's already voted on. It gets voted on before the end of the season. So
can't wait to see the percentage.
Yeah, I was going to say right now, I can't wait to see the voting results for how close that crap's going to be.
And there's nobody that they could pick. Like, they could pick Vrabel. I wouldn't be mad. They could pick Ben Johnson. I wouldn't be mad. They could pick Jim Harbaugh or Sean Payton. I wouldn't be mad. They could pick Liam Cohen. I wouldn't be mad. Like, there's nobody you could pick that would piss me off.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that.
Again, you could pick Shanahan. I wouldn't be mad.
Let's not go that far.
If you look at what the Bears have done this year, the Bears, the Broncos, you're not supposed to be this good this quickly. It's not supposed to happen. And the Broncos are the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Yeah, went from 7th till 1st.
And don't they still have?
They made the playoff. They made 7th last year in the playoff.
And you look at the Broncos. That's a team that could represent the AFC in the Super Bowl.
They very
absolutely.
Could. The smart money for me right now, is Jacksonville and Denver in the AFC title game.
Oh, what a game that would be.
That's interesting. Jacksonville's the hot team. That's why I thought this was almost laughable when they said Buffalo is favored by 1.5, and I'm going, I'm sorry, what?
But look in the last 5 years. The Bears, the Broncos, and the Jaguars have all been the laughing stock of the NFL, right? And those are three teams that you could point to and go, hey, they might make the Super Bowl this year. And nobody's like, yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And like that's what we've all said throughout the entire season, no matter who you talked about. When it got to the clear point of we kind of knew who were going to be the playoff teams, there is not in either conference, there is not a clear favorite for anything.
Nope. Anybody can jump this thing. Anybody.
And then I'll tell you 15 different reasons why it won't be my team.
So, yeah, I was definitely taking Jacksonville over Buffalo.
The Jags, the only advantage that the Bills may have is James Cook. The problem with that, the Jags haven't allowed one time this year a 75-yard rusher.
I know, which scares the hell out
So
of me.
the one advantage Buffalo would have, the Jags are good at stopping. And once again, can you imagine what's going to happen next week on my show, on this show, and on every show around the freaking country if Josh Allen gets to a postseason, has to deal with no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow, and loses to Trevor Lawrence in the first round?
Oh, and the head coach gets fired?
Well, McDermott's ass is done.
Oh my gosh. It's like, well, enjoy. So let's bump up to, well, I never touched him. He was in the car. I know he's in the car. He's probably going from the car to the house. Next up is the 49ers at Philly. And the 49ers just lost another key person on defense, and that's why I think Saquon
George, have you
Barkley-
watched my offense this year? You could beat my frick. You could. This is what concerns me.
Saquon can have a field day here because there is nothing that can stop. There isn't a wet paper towel.
Sir, this is 2025. Saquon has no field days.
Oh, he will this week.
So somehow Saquon Barkley, with given everything that's happened this year, finished the year top 10 in the league in rushing.
Somehow.
Don't ask me how, but this game is going to come down to one matchup. It is not a position group. It is not Kyle Shanahan against Vic Fangio. That could be entertaining because Kyle, regardless of all the injuries they've dealt with, he's still a really good offensive mind. And I think we all know at this point, Vic Fangio is one of the best defensive minds in the game, and the Eagles defense is top 3 in the league. They're going to come to play. What I am afraid of is Robert Saleh, regardless of the amount of injuries he has, against my idiot of an offensive coordinator known as Kevin Patullo. Also, not to mention, my offensive line has not been healthy at all this season. Even though they're basically all going to play, I mean, we still have to see Lane Johnson's availability because he has to practice this week still. Because once again, guys, has anyone ever heard of an offensive lineman coming back in season from a Lisfranc injury in their foot?
Well, no.
So that he's still iffy for this game. So, but either way, Kevin Patullo can single-handedly lose us this football game. So that 4.5 points spread, freaking ha. There ain't no way.
There's your wild card in the whole thing.
They have to score to win the game.
Cooper can pick off Purdy and basically
and just easily as he does that, Kevin Patullo could call 4 plays that gets them knocked out of whatever scoring range they're in because he's a brain-dead idiot.
Oh, Cooper only needs to pull off pick sixes. Are you kidding?
That's
What?
what may be the only way we could score.
Who are the Eagles playing? I'm driving. I can't look at my phone.
Yeah, sorry, bud.
49ers.
49ers are at Philadelphia. Philly's favored by 4.5.
Oof.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. And the 49ers just damn, Sam, you spilled off his name last night who just got hurt Sunday.
Whatever one of your starting linebackers were, I forget his name, but
we just lost him.
I think my money is on San Francisco, but it's gonna be ugly. I don't think I don't think that either team plays particularly well. Mind you, this is just from watching. It's not from any type of actual technical analysis. So don't.
Yeah, no, we got you.
Anything that you say, George and I will tell you if you're right on it. I'm already telling you you're right.
Yeah, no, it's San Francisco's been ugly.
Both teams have played ugly. And that game's Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday. We're on the Sunday side. It's Sunday afternoon.
No. The 49ers and Seahawks from this past weekend. I can't remember if it was Saturday or
Saturday.
Sunday.
That was Saturday night.
Because I had it on in the background. We were doing stuff around the house. We were de-Christmasing. And some of the stuff that I watched, I was amazed at how bad the 49ers played. Like they just they made fundamental errors that you just don't make. And especially not at that level. But here's the thing. The Eagles are the defending Super Bowl champs, and they make the same mistakes from the top down. I've seen stupid coaching and playing mistakes from them all season.
Oh, trust me, you don't have to tell me that.
I think the 49ers can win. I think it'll be really ugly, though. It's not going to be a pretty game.
I think this is the ugliest game of the whole weekend, to tell you the truth. This is probably one of the worst games that will be up there.
I think the Steelers game could get pretty ugly, too.
I could.
Yeah. This one, yeah. Well, if we pick one from each conference, yeah, I could take that one at the AFC
because,
side.
Here's my thing with this game once again. The Niners you saw what happened. Look, the Niners are good. Yes, they've had a good year. They are so banged up on both sides of the ball. You see what happens when they go up against a team that is just more physically dominant than them. They don't have the bodies to hang with them. I said on Friday night last week when me and Tyler did our pick show, if the Niners want to beat the Seahawks in that game, they had to make Seattle a one-dimensional offense and not let them effectively run the football. Seattle pushed them around the field the entire night. Something you don't see, even though the score was not a lot. But Seattle, on both sides of the lines, dominated. The offensive line dominated, and they were without Charles Cross, their left tackle. And on the defensive side, they were...
Yeah, and Charbonnet still had a field day.
Well, it's like Detroit last year. Detroit was so banged up, and then they went into that game. Was it the Commanders?
Washington? Yeah, against Washington. Yep.
And Washington just took them to the woodshed, and San Francisco is the same way. But the Eagles. Watching
we are
the
not
Eagles,
offensively sound.
No. Just this is going to be a really weird analogy, but you'll get where I'm going.
Okay.
The Eagles this year remind me of that friend that everybody has that fumble fucks their way through life, finds themselves in the dumbest situations, and somehow comes out fairly unscathed through most of it.
I have gotten there. And the only way, like I said, I am not worried about, I'm not, George, to not insult Kyle Shanahan and that team. It's not that I'm not afraid of the Niners with McCaffrey and Kittle still. Vic Fangio has an answer on that side of the ball for almost anybody you name.
Chiefs, he has answers. Bills, he's had an answer. Detroit, he had an answer. Green Bay, he had answers. I'm not worried about my defense. We are easily going to lose this game 13-10, and I'm going to be pissed off the next morning. You know why? Because my offensive coaching staff is that damn brain dead that we have this much talent on an offense, and they don't know what to do with it. This will come down to, can Kevin Patullo actually coach his offense using more than 3 plays in his playbook? Which I don't even know if he does that many plays in his own playbook.
You know what your offense reminds me of?
Go ahead.
Some of those Saints offenses from the mid-2000s that had all that talent and still couldn't get out of the playoffs to the Super Bowl.
This, like I said,
they put up points. They put up points in bunches and were the talk of the NFL, but they couldn't. When it came down to it, they couldn't perform in the clutch moments.
That's not even the problem with this Eagles offense. They can't put up points. Like, they cannot move the ball. We led the NFL in 3 and outs this year. Like, we are not a good, properly coached offense because we have the Eagles are not designed to have a rookie offensive coordinator. That's the problem. You are in the moment with Saquon and AJ and Devontae and all these guys. You are in a Super Bowl window. You are not prepared to have a rookie offensive coordinator do this shit because it's not it. When is somebody, a rookie coach, great in their first year? That's just a coordinator. That's never done anything like this before. Almost never. They are not built for this. And the problem is, like I said, we played so late into last season, into February. We lost Kellen Moore on February the 16th. Every other coaching staff was finalized. Offensive coordinator options were at a slim pickings by then. I understand they didn't really have a choice but to promote from within, but I'm going to tell you now, if Kevin Patullo, they come out on Sunday and look like dog shit and we only score like 10 to 13 points and lose, his ass will not make it back to the locker room before he has a pink slip. I'm telling you that right now. Because Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman have no issue getting involved in this shit. They did it in 2023 when they collapsed down the stretch. Brian Johnson's offense sucked. Fired him, brought in Kellen Moore. Look, good things happen. Tried this again. Promoted Patullo. Bad shit happens. We're going to be going through the shit again next year. But no, I'm with Bruiser. I'm with Bruiser and George. These teams both have sloppy traits, and this is going to be an ugly-ass game.
I'm sorry. I'm going to interject because I don't accept that. Because you rested all your guys this past week. You should be well rested, ready to go. This should look like the Eagles that we expect to see in the playoffs.
And I want to agree with you so much on that, Zolt, but that is how stupid Kevin Patullo has been this year. That's how stupid he is. Like, they cannot come up with a concept of offensive plays that work for more. The only time this offense is, like, every team has the scripted plays that you open the game with, right? As soon as we have to make in-game adjustments, you might as well turn the motherfucking game off because we're not scoring again.
That was 100% me holding up the Sam doll and just turning the key, let it go.
Like Bruiser was saying about, like, the Eagles being that person that gets through all these things unscathed. The Eagles are 2-0 this year in games that they had 0 yards passing in the second half of games. How the hell in the year 2026 do you win 2 games in the NFL where you have not complete a pass in the second half of a game? And it wasn't like they were bad teams. They was against the Bucs in week 3 or 4 when the Bucs were still good, and the Bills. Now, grant the field conditions in Buffalo sucked, but still, how the hell does stuff like this is bizarre? This is some of the most bizarre shit I've ever seen.
Well, and that's why I think that in the end, I think that, the person who will probably put it up the score for you would be Tank Bigsby. I think it's Tank who turns around and comes out on the end, on the plus side of that, and he's the one who turns around and puts, the team on his back and, just runs it up there and gets
Hang
it
on.
for you.
I haven't given my prediction, so let me give my prediction.
Yeah, sorry.
Philly by 10. Defense scores 2 touchdowns.
That may be the only points. That may be the only touchdowns we get.
Like I said, I think Cooper's. Yeah, I think DeJean is going to be all over it. I really do.
Did anybody see the report that about him and Nikki Bella are officially like casually dating? They said.
Yes, I saw something along those lines.
I saw that. Watch out, Coop. She's a freaking drunken hot mess. Be careful.
Coop nailed himself a cougar.
Just make sure she's going to her AA meetings.
Be nice to Nikki Bella.
Sorry, the lush. She's got issues.
I'm sorry. Hang on. How old is not Nikki?
Cooper is 22. She is 42.
Okay, so regardless of that, I mean that could be exactly what he's looking for, George. He's 22.
I know. Like I said, be careful.
And honestly, you want to talk about the lush. You may want to talk about her sister before she had kids.
Oh, the both of them. Are you kidding?
Oh.
Party Central with those two. All right, moving on to the last game of the evening.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Night, we get the Chargers, who rested their starters because they also knew they weren't going anywhere except the 7 spot. And they get to go to New England. And the line is 3.5. And I thought that was a little low.
Agreed. I don't know what's up there. I don't know what is up with that line. I do not trust it.
I don't trust it either. I'm like, Vegas, what are you trying?
Give me the Patriots by more than a touchdown.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. That's why when it said 3.5, and I'm sitting here going, that can't be right.
The Chargers' offensive line is just too banged up to keep Justin Herbert upright in this game. And the Patriots, they're getting healthier. Will Campbell came back this past week. Milton Williams is back on the defensive line. They have Harold Landry. The Chargers' offensive line has been a freaking mess all year. They don't have the bodies to compete with New England.
No. Nope.
Yeah,
that's
I don't know. I don't know what Vegas is looking at. I just don't. Not in this one. Yeah. Usually I'm the guy that's like, trust Vegas. They know what the hell I do not understand this line whatsoever.
Yeah, especially at only 46.5 on the over-under. I'm like, what the heck are you guys looking at?
Maybe Harbaugh just knows the plays Drake May is going to run. I don't know. Can't tell you.
Yeah, that one, it kind of threw me for a loop when I was posting that. At first, I'm sitting there going, that can't be right. And I went back and looked at a couple other spots, and I'm going, huh, okay, Vegas. Whatever. On to the Monday night. Oh, Houston at Pittsburgh. Houston favored by 3. And that over-under is ugly for sure at 39.5.
So 3 on the road. That's an implied 5.5. Houston's defense. I will go as far as probably the best defense in the league.
This is going to be a defensive battle.
Yeah. Pittsburgh ain't going to hang with that, though.
Yeah, but the problem is Houston's O-line is another one. They are awful this year. And do they have the bodies to throw at Watt, Highsmith? That is going to be interesting as well. So, yeah, I think this is going to be...
What's up, Kev?
This potentially has this is the AFC ugly game of the week.
I think the Steelers win by 6.
Oh no, the Steelers lose this game, and Tomlin will, of course, the rumors will come out flying. But if Tomlin, he's got one more year left on the contract, and Rooney said, nope, he's not going anywhere. And it's like, well, if Rooney says he ain't going anywhere, then he ain't going anywhere.
No, he'll let him at the very least work out his contract.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, you've come this far. Why the hell?
And he'll let him extend himself.
That's a possibility.
No, like I told you, Fox is sitting there waiting for him to finish because they want him to be their next Jimmy Johnson, and they are willing to pay a lot of money for him.
He might be their next Terry Bradshaw.
That's on CBS.
Kevin wants to know what's going on with my background. Kevin, that is Oprah with the "you're fired" and "you're fired" and "you're fired." Everybody's fired today.
Terry's not on CBS. Terry's on Fox.
Oh no, that's right. Why am I thinking it's
You're thinking of Bill Cowher.
Yeah. Cowher's on CBS.
Cowher's on CBS. No,
yeah.
Terry Bradshaw's on Fox.
Terry's on Fox. And Terry's got to go.
Terry sounded like an idiot this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been sounding like an idiot for several years now. He's got to go.
Look, I understand what you're saying, but I really think Pittsburgh wins this by 6. Because Pittsburgh, for whatever reason, I don't know why, they're really good at ugly games. They are. Look at the game Sunday night against Baltimore. They're really good in ugly games. And I can see them winning.
The thing is, go ahead, Zolt.
I was just going to say, I don't see this as being an ugly game. I see it being a defensive game, but I don't see it as being ugly. Houston has figured out how to work around their whole line. I mean, seriously, the last time Houston lost, week 9. They know what the hell they're doing at this point.
It's an ugly game in that it is going to be a defensive battle and an offensive struggle. Points are going to be at a premium.
Yeah, and so what that means is that big time plays are going to be limited. And who would you think if there are 2 to 3 big plays to be made in this game? I'm gonna probably lean my way toward Rodgers more than CJ Stroud. And I like CJ Stroud. I like the Texans a lot, but I don't know. I may lean with Bruiser. I may go with the Steelers here. I don't know why.
The thing is, I lean more with Nico Collins than anybody Pittsburgh throws out there.
Yeah, yes. I mean, they get DK Metcalf. He's had a 2-week vacation.
Yeah, but all you got to do is insult him from the stands, and the next thing you know, he's gone for the rest of the game.
His ass is out of there again. You say DK Seattle's better without you, he may flip.
Well, and the thing about Pittsburgh is, hey, okay, you had to worry about Myles Garrett 1 week, then you had to worry about Kyle Hamilton, and then you didn't.
They got to fucking deal with these behemoths on that line.
The problem with Houston is everybody's good. You're not just focusing on one guy. You have the whole team to worry about.
You have multiple guys on that D line that can kill the offensive line of Pittsburgh. And I will say Aaron Rodgers does not make many mistakes with throwing the football to the other team, but that Texans secondary has like 5 guys that take the football away. Lassiter, Petrie, Stingley, Bullock. I may have to switch my pick. Son of a bitch.
Sorry. Didn't mean to do that to you, but yeah. That's exactly
I don't know, man. I'm you know what? I'm saving this game for Friday night on my show. I'm not picking right now.
Okay, fair enough.
This game is too hard to pick.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Where is it? There it is.
What the frick is this?
13 NBA teams never to have moved. And what I've given you is their year that they were established.
Year of founding.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep. It's not that damn hard.
Boston. Don't ask me the year.
Yeah.
46. That'd be my guess.
Come on. So,
All right, guys. I got the hard one. Now you guys get the rest.
Are the Lakers one of them?
No. The Lakers were actually the Minnesota Lakers.
Okay.
So the
So the
Lakers are
Celt-
not.
The Cleveland Cavaliers are one of them.
Yes, sir, they are. The Cavs are one of the 1970s.
The Knicks.
The Knicks are the other 46.
See, George isn't playing, so I had to make sure I got the ones that he would remember.
Ha!
Wow.
I don't know if they've ever. I don't know if. No, wait. Are the Sixers on here?
Mm-mm.
I couldn't remember if the Sixers ever moved or not.
The Bulls?
The Bulls are the 66 that I happen to be on. Yes, sir.
I got to throw the Pistons out there.
Nope. They came over from Indiana.
No, the Bucks. There we go.
The Sacramento Kings?
Good guess.
Nope. They've moved. They've moved a couple of times.
Golden
the
State
Spurs.
moved too.
They moved the yeah. Are the Spurs on here?
Mm-mm.
Oh, what the?
Nope.
Yeah. Wait a
The
minute.
Spurs.
Okay.
The Spurs actually had the shortest move.
Okay, let's think about this for 88, 89, and 95. So
I was
expansion
I was
teams.
wondering why you weren't kicking. Yeah, it's like come on.
95's got to be Toronto.
Good guess, Bruiser.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think who the expansion teams were.
Is 88 or 89 the Miami Heat?
very good, Bruiser. The 88 was the Miami Heat.
Is the Magic?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't look. I don't know what years are left.
One more 89, an 80, a 76, a 70, and a 68. So you still have an 89.
Is one of those the Portland Trailblazers?
Yes, sir. That would be the 1970.
70? Nice.
Are the Houston Rockets one of these teams?
Nope, they've been bounced around too.
Okay.
Timberwolves?
Are the Dallas Mavericks the other 89?
No, but they are your 1980.
I knew one of these Texas teams had to be on there, and I picked the two of the wrong ones.
So we have the 68, 76, and 89.
We said, did anybody say the Minnesota Timberwolves yet?
That's the other
There you go.
89.
I was gonna say I said it, but three people we all talked at the same time. So
I'm
and
sorry,
Kevin. You're good. You guys are good. Kevin brought it up in chat too. So, and Kevin also threw out the Hornets.
No, Charlotte actually was Bobcats and then back and forth and moved. So nope, they've been moved and bumped.
Okay, I have a question that's semantics, okay?
Yep.
Are the Washington Wizards one because they were the Bullets and then were renamed?
They are actually, and before they were in the Bullets, they were actually in Kansas City.
Oh, all right. Never mind.
Trust me, there's one team that when I saw this thing, I was just like, what the frick? The team went through 5 moves and 2 name changes, and I went, whoa, that's nuts.
Is one of them or one of the remaining the Atlanta Hawks?
No.
Is one of them the New Jersey Nets?
No, because New Jersey went from New Jersey, Brooklyn, New York Nets. They were originally New York, then went to New Jersey, then went to Brooklyn. Because they are now
They moved a mile off the bridge. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, they didn't move.
New York is basically New York.
Yeah,
just the shitty outskirts of it.
You can see New York from Newark.
Football teams don't even play in New York. Oh God! All right, hold on. I'm trying to.
What are the final 2 years?
68-76.
Is one of them the Clippers?
No,
you bruiser. I was going to say that.
Nope. That one's got an interesting story behind it because the ownership, the guys who were the owners wanted to turn around, and the Syracuse team and the Boston Celtics owners both wanted to turn around. The guy who was for Boston owned the Syracuse team, and he ended up swapping ownership of teams and gave the guy who wanted to go to California the Syracuse team, and he took the Celtics.
Wait a minute.
Ownership changed hands in a gentlemanly agreement, and the Syracuse guy took the team from Syracuse and went to LA and called them the Clippers.
One of those teams is the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah, now you're cheating.
I'm not.
He's fucking driving.
I'm driving.
That doesn't mean the missus isn't looking it up on her phone.
She's not in the truck. It's just me.
Is 68? Is that the Jazz?
No, that was an interesting one. The Utah Jazz were actually the New Orleans Jazz, which is why they kept the name.
Is this all right? Is this last one? Is it the Denver Nuggets?
No, it's not.
I'm just trying to think who the hell we haven't guessed yet. The Warriors?
No,
the Warriors. They moved. God damn! Who the hell have we not guessed?
The Warriors actually moved 4 times.
Can we? All right. Can we? Is it a Western Conference team or an Eastern Conference team?
Give you a little hint. They have won a championship in the last 5 years.
Okay, why did I stop watching basketball?
I don't know.
That's your department, Sam.
That's your department, dude. I said it's in your wheelhouse, man. I'm like, come on.
1968 is not my wheelhouse, old timer.
Yeah, but the last 5 years is.
I'm trying to. The NBA's become unwatchable. Shut up.
We've guessed the Celtics, the Knicks.
Yep.
The Nets.
Yep.
We've guessed.
Nope. I'm sorry. No, the Bucks is right there. My apologies.
Okay.
The Bucks have won a title in the last 5 years.
Yeah,
we got
my apologies. No, I thought I was looking at my list is a little off, but I was looking at the Bucks name, and we've got the Bucks already there. This is the other squad that is in the Western Conference.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you that much.
But it's
a
not
Western
the Denver
Conference.
Nuggets.
Nope.
Okay.
So
hang on, hold up. Question, George. Does this team currently exist?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they have to.
Yeah,
I didn't go with any of those defunct.
Who the hell wins a title in the last 5 years?
The Phoenix Suns.
There it is.
Yes, good guess.
And Kevin just guessed it
Kevin
too.
just threw that out there too.
Now I know why I didn't get it right. You said won a championship in the last 5 years. They didn't win one.
No, I said it was a Western Conference team, and I said The Bucks were the ones who I was thinking of, but we already had them on the list.
George,
I know more
George,
basketball
hey,
teams than I thought I did.
Yes, you do.
sometimes I appreciate the effort, but maybe leave the fill in the blank to the professional.
Hey, that really wasn't a bad fill in the play.
No, it was.
And
That was actually a really good list. That was
It
a
was
good one.
good.
I just botched the last one.
It
So
had
my
to be
bad.
done.
That was fun. I had to sit there because I'm really good at geography.
Right?
Yep.
So like I'm going through my brain and I'm like, Western Conference team, who didn't we pick yet? And I was like, there's not a Vegas team yet. And then I was like, oh, Arizona. Who's in Arizona? Phoenix.
Yep.
If you would have said the Arizona Suns, I would have laughed my ass off.
Kevin, we're not ignoring. We try not to look into the chat
Into the
because
chat.
we're trying to guess it ourselves.
Yeah, we don't want the help, so we're trying to figure it out.
I was going to say that's kind of Zolt's rule is we do not acknowledge the chat at the moment through these because
We'll acknowledge it after the guess if they have it and we guess it.
Or typically what I'll do is I'll see it in chat and then I will just mention it's like, okay, chat's got it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we try not to look at the chat because we want to try to guess it ourselves.
I don't look at the chat anyway. But like I feel offended that you thought I was cheating. I really wasn't. I have been driving.
I know, and I know you are driving. I'm just playing with you.
I'm just really fucking good at geography.
It's one of his traits, man. He's just really good at it.
I am. That my wife hates it. She hates it because like she's a landmark driver. And I'm very much like, hey, turn left here, go right here, go do this, do that. And she doesn't understand how I can just remember places.
Yeah, the little snippet that I watched earlier today, and I saw that, I was like, wow, I was like, this is a good one. And then to see on some of the teams and the moves that were made, I was like, what? The one that blew my mind was the Clippers Celtics handshake deal between owners, because the one guy wanted to stay on the East Coast and the other guy wanted to go to California, and they just swapped teams.
I want to know whose name changed 5 times when they moved.
I'll have to go back to that one. Was insane because it was like somebody went from Kansas City, then over to Oklahoma, and this was pre Pelicans and all that, and then went south and went back to Kansas City, and then looped over to I want to say it was, I think that's the one that was the Spurs. No, the Spurs one was like the closest one because they were in some no-name town originally, and then they just went whoop, right down.
Weren't
to
they
San
in
Antonio.
Amarillo?
No, the city began with an O. I'd have to go back to look at it again. Damn, Kevin's saying no. You looked at the chat. I'm like, no, it's Bruiser's driving. Bruiser's totally driving. It's going to be a little difficult to pull that up on the chat.
All right. Ready for my thing. I'm not even going to put it up on the screen. But going back to the NFL, but we're looking at the other side of the NFL. We're not looking at the playoff teams.
Okay.
I'm going to go down the
Odessa. Odessa.
Yep, that was it.
Going to go down the list, and we're going to throw a team into one of 3 categories. Moving up, took a step back, just a piece or 2 missing, complete rebuild. Basically, taking the last season and how we're approaching this offseason. So we're going to start.
Wait, hold on. What are the 3 categories again?
Okay. Basically took a step forward. Like we're moving up. The trajectory is going the right direction, whether we make moves or not.
Okay.
Took a step back and need a couple pieces to try to reopen the window.
Okay.
Or are we looking at complete rebuild?
Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to start at the bottom. Vegas.
Complete rebuild.
Complete rebuild.
Kinda has
There's
to be.
nothing going there until they get their quarterback.
The Jets.
Dumpster fire.
I was going to say they're already
already
at the bottom. There's no place to go but up.
No, they've taken a step forward to a complete rebuild.
Well played, Sam. Well played.
But then they'll find a way to
Arizona.
take a step back too.
I don't know if there is a step back from
where they are.
Where they are.
Can we trade them for the best CFL team and call it a fucking day?
Sure.
Relegate them. We're gonna relegate them to the CFL.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Hey, it's a short trip. It's a short trip just to cross the falls.
Where's the World League when you need them?
Oh my God. The UFL.
Okay, Arizona.
Sam and I talked about that earlier, knowing that they are just the quarterback away.
That's just it. You're missing a few pieces. The problem is, it's kind of an important piece.
Right.
I'm going to say step back for right now because of them still need a quarterback. But, like, if you look at them on the surface, McBride, Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., and James Conner when healthy, that's not a bad start to an offense. That's a pretty decent offense with the right quarterback. In terms of the defense, there's some pieces. I mean, Josh Sweat, they just signed him in free agency, had a good year. Walter Nolan's going to be a really good defensive tackle. Will Johnson's a great corner. Zolt will know this if he's freaking healthy. So they've got pieces, and they still have Budda Baker at safety. So I'm going to say step back because they have to get the most important position right.
I think the Browns are a complete rebuild.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Calm down.
I thought we were just guessing team names.
No. Zolt's got an order.
We're going up a list. Basically, it's the draft order. Tennessee.
That's a rebuild.
Complete rebuild.
Yeah.
They might have their quarterback. Maybe.
Well, they hire Matt Nagy.
They just got him killed. They just got him killed on Sunday. So
that's the thing. They need the right guy with that quarterback.
Not Matt Nagy.
They certainly don't seem to be interviewing the right guys. Otherwise, you're right. Okay, the Giants.
I want to say step forward.
I don't think they're that far off from being contenders in the playoffs, but I think they're a long ways away from the Super Bowl.
Right.
Oh, I agree with that. But so, like, here's where I'm at. Jackson Dart has proven he can play. They have Malik Neighbors. They have Cam Scatterbo. They have Theo Johnson. If they re-sign Wan'Dale Robinson, because all these idiots are out here saying, oh, well, they're going to draft Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate at 9. What's the point of that when Jackson Dart is going to have 8 concussions because you guys can't protect him? Yeah. Andrew Thomas is at left tackle. That's a good one. The other 4 spots on that line need a complete overhaul. They have the talent on defense. I mean, Thibodeau, freaking Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, Dexter Lawrence. Even their secondary has some pieces, and their linebackers. They've got a solid defense with the right coordinator. I'm going to say a step forward. If they re-sign Wan'Dale Robinson, that offense is set. The first 3 draft picks in your draft this year need to be offensive freaking linemen.
Did the Giants fire their coach?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Midway through the season, they extend him.
They were actually front runners to go after Kevin Stefanski until Harbaugh got fired.
Look, one of those two is going to end up with that job, and then that team is going to be better off for it.
Oh, I agree. I think,
Yeah.
and honestly, I think it's not that I think I would take Harbaugh over Stefanski, but because Harbaugh was just at an organization for 18 years that prioritized the offensive line. They need that in New York so bad. The Giants offensive line has been awful since the final years of Eli because he had to throw 100 slants a game just so he didn't get pelted in the back by some defensive lineman. That is how bad the Giants offensive line has been.
The Giants have had a terrible offensive line, but also the thing with if Harbaugh gets that job, not only is he going to rebuild the O-line, he's going to rebuild the running game into something dominant that can carry that offense and then build the passing game off of it.
Here's the thing, though.
And they have the pieces to do it.
Whether it's
100%.
Whether it's Harbaugh, Stefanski, whoever, you have to put up with that GM.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's on his last leg.
He's on his last leg, but you still got to deal with him.
Look,
on his last leg. He's on his last toe.
Stefanski just spent 5 years putting up with toddler tantrum Jimmy Haslam. I'm pretty sure he can handle the New York GM.
Joe Shane's the reason their offensive line is that bad, though. It's like so many free agent misses and draft misses. I mean, God, they picked Evan Neal 5th overall. They were trying to give him away, and teams wouldn't take him. And the problem is the only reliable O lineman they have is Andrew Thomas, but he's banged up all the time. And he's actually turned into a really good left tackle. It's just the other 4 positions we got to get going here.
All right, let's move on to the entertainment. Cleveland.
Rebuild.
No. Step back.
No. Rebuild.
They're
100%.
No.
You have. Yes.
No, they're not. Tell me where.
You have a second-year quarterback with a terrible offense, a terrible offensive line. You have a mediocre defense. You're going to have a brand new coach. Yeah, it's a mediocre defense. You have a brand new. You're going to have a brand new coaching staff, and you're going to have a GM who's on a short leash. You are at the beginning. You're in the middle stages of dumpster fire, not to mention all of the quarterback contracts that you're paying out. So don't tell me that it's not a complete rebuild. What are you going to do with Watson? How are you going to get out from underneath that? Like, not step back, rebuild, because you have to clear away all of the stupid garbage and stupid decisions that you've saddled yourself with over the last 4 years before you even begin to rebuild the foundation.
Oh, I'm sorry, but no, you just had a great draft and you're going to have to deal with it. You will have Shedeur Sanders as your quarterback.
There's nothing wrong with Shedeur Sanders as the quarterback, but he's a second-year quarterback.
Right. And
we already
covered. You've got 2 good running backs. You've got 2 tight ends. You need 1 more wide receiver as a number 1. That's what you're really missing.
You've got a tight end and a half. And one of them.
I'm sorry. No, the defense is solid.
It's not solid.
And you've got a guy who's going to be the defensive rookie of the year on the damn team.
Hold on. Just hold on 1 second. Let me get this off before I'm going to send one of you into a tyrant. Browns this year, 6th in yards allowed per game, 3rd in passing yards allowed per game, 16th in rushing yards, 14th in points, tied for 7th in third down percentage. That is not a mediocre defense. That's a solid defense, led by the best defensive player in the whole fucking world. And they got plenty of talent on it.
How many games did the defense win them?
I think fucking most of their games that they've won.
What was the Browns' record?
5-12.
5-12. The Steelers, in their years, had outstanding defenses and a very basic, almost borderline elementary offense.
No. Don't even start that shit. They've had nothing but good runs and good bodies in there the whole damn time. Don't
No,
even start with that. Don't even go there. You can't even
yeah,
compare
I
the
can.
two.
I'm
You
allowed.
cannot. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Wait, can I just point this up? I understand they only won 5 games, but in the 5 games they won, the defense allowed the highest amount of points that were scored on them was 18. They literally won games this year by giving up 6 and 10 points. So
Here's
the defense has
my
won
question.
what basically has won them all their games.
I at the very least, I would say you have one of the best defensive lines in the league. Linebackers and cornerbacks, I think it slowly drifts off, but you still have a really good defense. I mean, stats don't lie. Coaching staff, are you keeping those guys?
That's a
going
good
to depend
damn
on.
question. That's the
That's
big
going to be a
question
good
because
question.
You're gonna have a new. You're gonna have a new staff.
We
Because
brought
I
it
got
up
news for you.
earlier that
If y'all let Jim Schwartz go, I
is
mean, I know a team
Schwartz-
that needs a DC.
we said, is Schwartz going to be given an
Cowboys?
interview for the job?
I I have not heard of Schwartz being asked for interviews anywhere.
No, well, like I said, we just found out that basically it's like, okay, who do they have even interest in? And right now, nothing's been said over here.
Right.
Nothing. So we don't know yet.
I'm just saying, if whoever you bring in gets rid of Schwartz, I mean, I know a
Yeah,
team that could
'cause-
use a better DC than the one they've currently got.
And there's not really that much better out there.
Right. I just don't want him as my coach again.
Of course, we have to see, and of course, we have to see what the Vikings do with Brian Flores, because if he doesn't get head coaching jobs, his contract is expired, so he's a hot DC name on the market. So
You're gonna have to rebuild that team from the ground up.
There is no rebuilding the Browns, dude. They're not.
You have to rebuild, George.
You got to rebuild the offensive line.
You have to rebuild the whole organization.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Like, hold on a second. Like, I get what he's saying from the off. Like, look,
no, I'm not in the mood for his shit tonight. No, he's out.
Well, here, let me try to. I'm going to try to outplay some devil's advocate here. We don't know the quarterback situation. We know Gabriel sure as hell ain't it. We don't know what Shador is. I think next year you'll get a little bit better of an idea. If he does go into training camp as the one, he'll get more reps. He'll get more time to get prepared and practice. That we'll know by next year. The tight end position, it's in good shape. The running back position, it's in good shape. Outside of Jerry Jeudy, I don't know who the fuck is throwing the football to. The offensive line, dog shit.
Isaiah Bond has shown that he is a strong 2 guy.
He could be, but if there's a guy in the draft that's more talented, I'm fucking drafting him. Like if Jordan Tyson is there, I'm taking Jordan Tyson over Isaiah Bond all day and twice on every Sunday. The defense, though, you have Myles Garrett, you have Mason Graham, you have Carson Schlesinger at linebacker, you have Grant Delpit at safety, you have Denzel Ward and Tyson Campbell at corner. They have got building blocks at every level of the defense. There's a few finishing touches like maybe who's that second defensive end opposite of Myles? Now that you got Mason Graham that could take over the interior and be that guy in the middle, who takes over for Myles? But you still have Myles, who, again, best defensive player in the fucking game. Denzel Ward, top 7 corner in the league. Grant Delpit, Swiss Army knife safety that Jim Schwartz finds a way to do everything with. Yes, I understand we said that you got to bring Schwartz back if this is what they choose to do. But the defense has established itself as being one of the better ones in football. Tyler and I had that on our show a few months ago. Who was the best defense in football? And we had the Browns on that list because they were playing like an elite defense.
Right. And we covered that earlier in this show. Because there wasn't anything really that bad. I mean, as far as whoever was coming in to coach these guys, there was a lot there to work with.
But
you're not blowing up the whole thing to turn around and rebuild.
No. What he is saying is because you guys are going to have to you're going to have the 2025 draft 3 more times until you get that fucking contract out of there, because money spent, it ain't going to be shit till then. You're going to have to nail 3 to 5 draft picks a draft until then. I'm not saying it's not impossible. I think Andrew Barry can evaluate talent. I've already said that to you on the show like 3 times. You have to hit so much until you get out from Deshaun Watson's deal, because my God, that thing is just.
Well, here's the thing is, the whole quote unquote health thing and whatever else is going on. This is the thing that I know it's not going to be a big favorite thing of everybody's, but whoever comes in could turn around and start Watson. I know Dave's just laughing his ass off, but I'm serious.
No, I'm laughing because Kevin popped it.
We're going to rebuild his slot and make it better. That's all I can say. Yep.
What's up?
What's up, Gio?
So I'll let you roll with on Zolt's opinion there. Step forward, step backwards, rebuild.
What team? I didn't hear that team.
Cleveland.
Oh, we're still talking Cleveland.
Oh, dude, you don't have to have a bunch of wins to have a good defensive team. If your offense sucks, the defense can't win every game. Hence the Lions back when Stafford was here. We won some games, but then we lost a lot of games. Why? Because Stafford couldn't put up more than 21 points in a game. You can't win every game scoring 20 points. So there's nothing wrong with Cleveland. They can be better next year. They're going to win more than 5 games next year. And I don't think they need to do anything other than get rid of all the coaches.
I throwing mine out there, rebuild the O-line. The O-line is a rebuild completely.
Yeah. I agree.
You were right with it. I wasn't sure your opinion on Jerry Jeudy. He's a good wide receiver. He's not a 1.
Right.
And he's a hell of a lot better when he has a 1.
He's been in the league a while, hasn't he?
6 years, right? If I'm counting that right.
Because he started in Denver.
Yeah, started in
Denver.
Yeah.
Now this is where I differ from you. I'm not going to go huge into it. I think that QB room needs an entire wipe. All of them.
Well,
I don't think any of them.
Dylan Gabriel, I was kind of flabbergasted when they picked him. I was like,
he's not an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The guys, to me, that felt like a coach pick, and the coach is gone.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with Sanders. I honestly don't. Outside of his attitude, that's something different.
For me, the only thing here's how I look at him. The jury is out until after next year. Like I said, let's give him an off season where he is the one. He is getting those reps with the starters in practice, in training camp, OTAs, preseason, whatever. Then let's fairly evaluate him. I'm not going to evaluate him after 5 or 6 games when he wasn't even running the scout team in practice. Let's give him a full, fair offseason of work. Then let's revisit this. Because like I said, George, the one thing the Browns could really benefit from is if Shedeur Sanders does pan out to be good. Oh, by the way, the next 3 years, he's on a rookie freaking contract.
Right.
I'll say this, though. You brought up, hey, let's give him time with the starters. Let's bring him in. He's the one the whole offseason. He got more games started than Gabriel did. His numbers ain't that much better.
Okay, I understand that, but all right, let me say this.
If they take their step forward with putting in the right tackle and right guard, then I think that's their step forward.
So I'm looking at Cleveland's roster. They have a lot of tenured players. I'm counting like 6 that are 9 years or older, and some of them are on the O line. So that's probably why they're getting ran over, and the quarterback is constantly running for his life, because we got this Cornelius Lucas. He's been in the league 11 years. I think for O-line, that's a long time. He's not going to be able to have the strength or the agility to keep up with some of these younger folks. Cam Robinson, he's been in the league 9 years. So we got some players on there that definitely, like you said, Zoe, needs to be revamped and get some fresh blood in there to protect these quarterbacks, whether it's Sanders or whoever. But they can't run for their lives and think they're going to keep winning games.
Right, but you're not blowing up the whole team for a rebuild.
No. You definitely don't need to do that, because I think their deep. I personally think their defense is badass. Oh, can I cuss on? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
everybody
after
else
dark.
does.
Okay.
Haven't been canceled yet, so yeah, sure.
Oh,
Okay, I knew we were going to get bogged down on Cleveland, so I want to push forward because I don't want to be here till 11:30. Washington.
Can we make them change their name? Can we make them change their name and then come back to this?
No.
Oh.
I'll start it off. I'll say step back.
I'm in step back too. Well, hold on. I was in step back until the one bright spot of their team they decided to fire this afternoon.
Okay.
Like, what are we doing?
Hey, I'm in complete rebuild for Washington.
Really?
You can keep Jaden Daniels, but I'm in. Here's the thing: they're statistically the oldest team in the league.
Yep.
And it cost them.
Yes.
Everybody's body broke down.
You were kind of at a point now where you need to turn over a lot of this roster.
And they don't, and the problem is they don't really have the draft capital because they traded a lot for like Debo, Larry Tunsil. No, get me wrong, Tunsil's a good pick. He's a good tackle. The Texans probably wish they kept him. But now, like, there was a weird tweet I saw when the Eagles this upcoming draft are about to make their 6th pick in the draft. The Commanders will be on their 3rd. They don't have a lot of draft capital to get younger. So honestly, I am scared for Jaden Daniels heading into next season.
Here's the thing: you have Jaden Daniels, you have Scary Terry. Trade down. You're at 7. If somebody needs to move up, trade down and get yourself more picks, because the guys you need, you can get later.
You need quantity, not quality.
Yes,
you need a quantity of young players. Like
New Orleans.
It looks like
they got a step forward.
I was going to say they look. It looked like they found their quarterback by accident.
I mean, let's be honest. Going into the season, what we thought 2 wins.
If that. And I mean, again, they're in salary cap hell because of so many older players, but Tyler Shuck looked pretty good when he played.
Yeah,
Chris Olave
healthy.
Up until this week. Well, yes, but that's a freak health issue. It's not like he got injured in a game. But he had statistically career highs in almost everything. Catches, yards, touchdowns. Jawan Johnson, 77 receptions for almost 900 yards as a tight end. They are a few pieces. They're starting to get the O-line fixed up. They got Tylisi Fuaga, I think that's how you pronounce his name, at left tackle. Yep. You've got the kid from Texas, Banks, who they took last year. Kellen Moore did a pretty good job in his first year. I think they're going in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm going to say step forward as well. They're probably going to be looking at, I think, at 8 right there. I think they're looking at running back. I think
Jeremiah Love.
I think that's where they're headed.
Jeremiah Love. Oh shit.
I think.
Or do you stock up and get your wide receiver 2 opposite of Olave?
Yeah. Well, they need healthier legs in that backfield.
That is true. I think Kamara's kind of hitting that wall now where, yeah, I've been hit a lot, so my legs don't got it no more.
All right.
I'm gonna say move a step forward. I'm with Gio. It looks like the running is their downfall. Looking at these numbers, third down conversions, they're not good at it.
Kansas City.
That's a.
They are.
It's weird to say that Kansas
Christmas.
City in the 9 spot. I can't believe
God
we're
damn it,
saying
Cole.
this.
It's too late for me to think this hard, man.
I just can't. I cannot believe we're sitting here going, "Wow, the Chiefs suck
Okay.
that bad, and they're going to get
In-
a what?"
Okay.
But
In
what are they going
Chiefs
to grab?
terms, a fucking offensive lineman, George. Did you not watch Mahomes running for his life?
Yeah, well, you're
Good
going to need more
Lord.
than one.
Well, you gotta start somewhere. What would you like me to do? I can't draft 3 guys with 1 pick.
Um,
How about a new tight end?
well,
Yeah.
that's
There's no
scary
wait,
too.
where are they picking?
They're
9.
picking at 9.
There's no tight end worth the number 9 overall pick in this draft.
I agree.
Yeah,
But
but
hell,
I
they may
mean,
need to take Jeremiah Love.
well, here's the scary part: is that is a team that literally, offensively and defensively, you do need to rebuild.
It's a step back because of what their standard is. Let's say that. It's a huge step back because this may take a year or two because next year, I don't honestly, if I were the Chiefs, I'm looking for a quarterback on a 1-year deal. I'm not rushing him back.
Excuse me, sir. You're picking in the top 10 to hell with your standard.
Yeah,
I'm saying, okay, you know what? I said for their turn, what they've done for the past 5 years, it's a step back. Do you say it's a step forward for what they did over compared to the past 6 years? Damn.
but how much of having to pay Patrick Mahomes is hurting this team that you can't
comes with
replenish? You can't replenish this.
What's his contract? $500 million over 5 or 10 years or something like that.
Is there partial ownership in that bitch, or is that just him owning the freaking Royals?
No, he tried to do that, and the league said no, you can't do that.
Yeah. Player owner, get out of here.
Oh, fuck out of here.
That definitely would have been a new standard.
All right, so here's where I'm at with the Chiefs on the offensive side of the football. I'll get to the defense in a second. Mahomes is still going to be the guy when he gets back to 100%. We've seen it enough. We know that. They have no running backs. They've got maybe two quality offensive linemen, if that. Kelsey, we don't know. Rashee Rice, good wide receiver. Not sure if he's a true number 1. I think they needed a true number 1. I think Xavier Worthy stinks. I do not think he is good at anything as a wide receiver. Yeah, he runs fast. John Ross ran fucking fast. But so they may need 2 wide receivers. They need at least, offensive line wise, Trey Smith, I think, is overrated by some. I've told he's like the best guard in football. I don't see it. Creed Humphrey is still one of the best centers in the league. Simmons, the rookie left tackle from Ohio State, had a major knee injury last year in college. The fact that he played mostly the entire season is impressive. Year 2, I think he's going to be a lot better. I think he may be a freaking all-pro at some point in his career. That's how good I think Simmons is. I have no idea who the hell they have at left guard. And oh my God, if I was Patrick Mahomes, I would walk into the front office and say, if Jawan Taylor is my right tackle next year or the year after, I'm retiring.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's that
son of a bitch just got called for holding from his couch.
Okay. No more deep dives. We're just gonna barrel through. Cincinnati.
Step back because they refused to address their 2 biggest issues.
They got to address their D-line.
They kind of address both lines.
Okay, so same old for Cincinnati. Every year, same thing.
Yeah.
Burrow's going to get hurt. The defense sucks.
There you go. Miami. How the hell do you fire your GM and not your coach?
They need a quarterback.
Well, they're waiting. They're waiting for the new GM to fire him.
Malik Willis is going on free agents. Maybe they can pick him up from Green Bay.
As I said earlier, this
I like that idea, actually.
prime property for Mac Jones.
Yep.
Honestly, if they're looking for a quarterback, and they're in a complete rebuild. Fuck it, they are in a rebuild.
I don't disagree.
It's a mess down there.
This is one of those teams where like this is like a fantasy team, except you actually tried to make the players play together, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah, that's a great analogy.
That is. It's like the Lakers. It's what was it? The 04 Lakers. They tried that and it didn't work. Where they had Malone, Gary Payton. There was one more.
Shaq and Kobe.
No, there was one more. There was 5. Oh, was it? It was Karl Malone, Gary Payton. The whole starting 5 were Hall of Famers.
I can look it up. What was that? What year was that?
The 03-04 Lakers. The team that lost to the Pistons.
There's too many guys that didn't know what to do when they didn't have the ball.
Exactly.
Kobe was
pretty much. I'm on it. Hold on.
Okay.
Moving on.
Dallas Cowboys.
Step forward. I'm going to say
step forward, and I hate saying that.
Right. I mean, adding Pickens, which we thought at the beginning of the season, we thought that was just going to be laughable, and it turns out, oh my God, the guy can play.
Well, let's look at Javonte Williams. Talk about another addition where it was like, wow.
I was shocked that Denver let him go. I picked him up in fantasy going, oh, okay. You put a good running back in Dallas.
Can we say Schottenheimer did pretty well with that offense this year? I mean, they all were playing well this year.
To be fair, though, you were also coming back from an absolutely horrific year the year before.
Yeah. Their defense is probably their downfall. I think they're going to take a step forward because they actually didn't lose any momentum when they lost Micah Parsons. But it seemed like near the end of the season, like the last 6 games, they were just struggling because
it almost they were mailing it in.
They just knew.
Yeah, I think at 12, I think they're probably going to look for a new pass rusher.
Yeah, they're going to have to,
They got to look for just a defensive player.
Except it's Jerry, and he likes shiny.
Jerry's going to take a freaking wide receiver. Watch, he's going to pick. He's not going to pay Pickens. He's going to draft a new wide receiver this summer.
Oh no, he'll take a tight end there. Watch.
Just paid Ferguson all that money. What the hell are they doing here?
All right, Atlanta, who, by the way, does not have their first round pick.
Yeah, I was going to say it shows that the Rams.
The Rams have it. Yes.
The Rams. Oh my God.
That was the trade for James Pierce last year, like I said. But if you go look at this, James Pierce had 10.5 sacks this year, and Shamar Stewart, Abdul Carter, and I forget another defensive rookie combined for 6 on the year. So was it that bad of a trade? I'm going to say. Now, this depends on a lot. I can't go off much because they don't have a coach or a fucking GM at the point. I'm going to say they are kind of in like a step forward. I really like their roster. Offensively, Bijan, London. You got to do something with Pitts. Are you bringing them back or not? I think they have a top 5 O-line when they're all healthy. And the defense, Walker, Pierce, Bates, Terrell, Watts. I mean, there's a lot of talent there.
Yeah, the Rams are a problem, no matter what position you look at.
No, Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta?
Atlanta. No, they don't
that's right.
The draft list because the Rams are on the list, but no, he's talking Atlanta.
Atlanta. All right. Atlanta.
I'd almost say that Atlanta's kind of like I know it's not one of your options, but I think they're plateaued. I think they're just like still in the same spot. Yeah,
I
They're
always
not.
want to see that. I'm glad
They're
you did.
stagnant. I like that, George. They're stagnant. They're not going to get any better.
it's
I don't
not
think
like
they're going to
they-
get any worse.
I don't think they went the step forward yet. I don't think they took the step back. I think they're locked in
Yeah.
between. I think they
Yeah.
just
If they win 9 games next year, it's no different than winning 8. They're not getting in the playoffs. So
Hold on, in that division they may.
I was going to say that is
The Panthers won 8 games and
insane.
they're in the playoffs. Hold on now.
Yeah, that was totally insane. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I hate to pull that one on you, Zolt, but I think they just stayed.
Okay. Okay.
I think they stayed.
Baltimore.
mm,
What
Shit.
Baltimore? What do you do this offseason? Where are you at?
they're
I mm,
okay.
I have
So,
no idea.
so the thing is their secondary was horrendous. They gave up over 4,000 yards passing this year. It's the worst they've done in 15 years. If they don't improve that, they're going to take a step backwards because teams are just going to pick them apart. You know, if you get all these pocket QBs that just going to stand there and just pick them apart 10 yards, 15 yards, 10 yards at a time, they're going to be 8 and 9 again.
I mean, we know that with the Lamar being injured, we know that hurts right off the rip. I'm kind of agreeing with Kevin. I think the step back, because, and Sam and I brought it up earlier. We were talking about whoever came in, if you're gonna work with the defense, if you're getting a defensive oriented guy to turn around and put Baltimore back on the map for being that smash mouth defense, there's a few pieces that you need. I mean, I don't think that there's there's not a lot. I don't think we talked about that had to be filled. Just a couple of pieces, and then just focus primarily on that offense and making that offense just go. We know that they've got the pieces. I mean, you've got 2 tight ends who can still play. You've got Derrick Henry. I mean, you've got Jackson. You got Zay Flower. I mean, I watched Baltimore's offense literally once Lamar got some time. I watched him drop dimes in rainbow fashion the other night. I was like, hello.
And then 10 seconds later, they let Aaron pass for 1,000 yards in 10 seconds. It's like, what's going on? You know, they're not going to win games, and they proved it this past weekend because their secondary is just horrendous.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying a step back, because they need to work
definitely. All right,
I'll agree with that.
They're not a rebuild, but there's some definite holes they need to plug.
Sam,
I'm agreeing. I'm going step down.
Tampa Bay.
Ooh.
Tampa Bay, world beaters, first part of the season.
You know, me and George were bringing up earlier about teams that if they had a current head coach, I would fire right now for John Harbaugh. This is one of the teams I would do it in a heartbeat because, I just don't know if Todd Bowles is going to ever coach that team to be anything to what Bruce Arians did. I mean, granted, Bruce Arians had Tom fucking Brady. I understand that, but still. But it's like they just collapsed down the stretch.
Well, it's not just that they collapsed. You know, their edge rushers didn't help them. You know, they were supposed to be like the dynamic 1-2 punch, and they didn't do anything. And now they're losing. What's his name? Evans. He's retiring, right?
No, but he is entering free agency.
No,
I have not heard either way.
So, you know,
but
if he's there,
they're still good on wide receivers.
Do you think they got 6 of them?
Yeah, they would. Evans went out. They weren't hurting.
Even if he left, they got Godwin, Ibuka, McMillan, Tez Johnson.
Yep. They were not hurting
I
in the
still
line.
say a step
It
back.
was a
I say
nice
they're going to take a
problem to
step back.
have wide receiver depth. That is
Don't
one
go
team. I think that's the strongest team with wide receiver depth. In all
Agreed.
honesty.
The Ravens are jealous.
So
I
are
mean,
we
they're
looking
hurting
at
in the running game because once Bucky was out, it was kind of like, okay, that's it.
Yeah, I mean,
Which,
Rashawn
by the
White
way,
did a
I
good
promised
job.
not to draft Bucky Irving next year, just
So
just to let
are
Bucky
we
know.
looking at
My
are we
bad.
looking at like step forward, like they are going to take a step forward just naturally, regardless of what they do this offseason?
Agreed.
They got one of the better rosters to do that.
I agree with that.
Indy, who also does not have their first round pick.
Oh, that damn Sauce Gardner trade now looks terrible.
Indy,
Again,
I think
another one of these
When-
teams that was
I
they took
want
a
to say step forward because when
yeah.
they had a quarterback, you saw what they could do. So here's what I'm going to do. If I'm the Colts, I am re-signing him. I don't care about the injury. I am re-signing him. And honestly, what I saw on Sunday from Riley Leonard against the best freaking defense that we think is in the NFL, I'd start just grooming him until Daniel Jones is ready.
Agreed.
I think he proved he could play.
Yeah, I think they're going to take a step forward. They're going to take a step forward because, you start the season. What did they start? 8-2?
Yes.
I was going to say they ended
Was
it
it
losing
7-2? Was it 7-2?
No,
So I mean,
Yeah,
I know
went ugly
it's hard
fast.
to repeat that. Go ahead, Gio.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it went ugly fast.
Yeah.
And the owner can't. The owner did come out this afternoon and said that she is giving both the GM and the head coach this season. So it's kind of like, hey, you've been warned. You've
Yep.
got this season to make sure your stuff gets put together because guess what? She had a headset on. She's learned a lot. And it looks like it fell apart at the end. And it's like, yeah, that's not what you wanted to have done. Now, granted, I think she's seen all that she wanted to see, but I don't know if that's a wise move of trying to call out your GM and your head coach and going, yeah, this is your 2-minute warning.
No, I don't think she has. I don't think they have 2 minutes.
Around as owner.
I don't think they have 2 minutes. I don't think they're going to get the whole year. Typically, they don't even tell you that they're going to fire you. They just do it, just like they did the Atlanta coach today. He was in the press conference. They showed him hugging the owner, hugging everybody, and then 2 hours later, he was gone. So I think
the Atlanta guy was gone on Sunday.
Was that Sunday when that happened?
Yeah, he was gone immediately. Like
so.
I don't even think they give him 30 minutes after the game.
So I think by her saying that
she's new taking over the team this year because
right,
her dad.
Right.
So
right.
Like I said,
I think by her saying that
protocol, I don't think she knows the protocol.
No, that's what I was going. I think by she saying that she had no idea what the good old boys do. And how it's done, she just figured, oh, I'm just gonna kind of give them a warning. No, by I'm going to say game 6, he's gonna be gone. The coach is gonna be gone by game 6.
I don't think so. I think that she literally immersed herself in the whole thing of learning, the ins and outs of play calling and how the philosophies get applied, how strategies get applied. So I mean, she's learned a lot, but as far as I think still needs to know of a lot more of the different styles that she wants to basically imply. I mean, if that's not the right word, Zolt, of what she's looking for. I mean, I want her to be very careful and not kind of pull it of going, well, this is what I want from her being the fan point of view versus she looks like she has done a lot of more business side of things and trying to understand it, as we talked about earlier in the
She
season.
looks like HR. She looks like she's the head of HR, not a football team.
I will say this. After losing your last 7 games, and I think it was almost a week ago now, when she said her philosophy was, most people fear change. I don't. I embrace it. I'm at the very least having a
was so
realtor
HR.
on standby. I have a realtor in my phone just in case.
Find me a house or not find me a house.
Right. Find me a house. I just don't know what city right now. Okay, only 2 to go. Detroit.
Where do I start?
Hang on. I want to hear the outside opinions first.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Minor, in my opinion, minor step back. Because if you can just get 2 things right. Now, you didn't fire your defensive coordinator, right? You just fired your OC, right?
No, we fired the OC, yeah.
If you just find a capable offensive coordinator and maybe consider firing some trainers, because the defensive side of the football cannot stay healthy. Maybe consider some training staff moves. They will be right back in the thick of things in the NFC. I am not worried about Detroit whatsoever. I just think what happened is your coach said he wants to bite off kneecaps, and I think your players are trying to take their own kneecaps out. So, yes, get a new OC, one that will hopefully know that Campbell won't have to strip play calling of, and find a freaking way to keep your guys healthy on defense, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm going to say step back because I think your tackles were horrible. And it's like you can't do that. We know that's been one of the cliches of, even when I lived up there, it's like I always knew, it's like, hey, you guys can't set an edge to save your butts, and you can't keep the quarterback upright. So yeah, it's kind of still the same old. So I'm going to say they took a step back. And yeah, Sam said it. The OC thing, yeah, that was a good move today, because that's where your hole is.
Okay, Kevin, go for it.
Okay. We need a new O-line. This is a complete step back. We need a new O-line. We need a new defensive coordinator. We need an offensive coordinator. My good buddy here, he touched on conditioning. This is the secondary. It's riddled with just I don't even know what to call it, because they're not all injured. They're just not available. Like, what's going on? Are we having tummy aches? Did we eat the wrong cereal? I don't know. It's bad. We need a new quarterback. Because obviously we're not going to address the O-line. He can't move. He's like standing inside of a Campbell's can that wants to just be crushed, and he can't move. I don't even know what to say about Jared Goff anymore, because he's not a good quarterback when he's under duress. He's shown that time and time again. And it took 2 years for the league to figure it out. Now they're all over him. They pressure him. We've had 8 different centers this year alone.
Whoa.
I digress.
let's be real about something about your training staff. Frank Ragnow just thought of coming back and tore his hamstring completely off the boat.
No,
I mean, holy shit.
it's worse. It's worse than you think. Okay, I don't know what you guys heard, but let me tell you what actually happened. Frank Ragnow said he kept himself in shape. He went to the doctor. When he went to the doctor, they said, you have separated the tendons from your bone. From your bone.
Oops.
At the same time,
How do you not know that
from Frank Ragnow?
It's like
exactly what we expect from Frank Ragnow.
So, like, did you know this when you retired? Was this the reason you retired, or did this just happen overnight because you were out drinking, having a good old time at the lake? I don't know. It's just there's so many issues that we just there's a lot, man. Like people are
frankly, a lot of these issues, some of these issues could and should have been addressed the previous offseason.
Yes.
And or trade deadline.
Yes. I can't. I find it hard to believe that nobody knew Frank wanted to retire. Right. I have a hard time believing that because of how close knit all these players and coaching staff. Somebody heard something, and that should have went to upper management. Upper management should have said, "Hey, call Frank in here. We need to talk to him."
Right.
And at some point, he would have said, "I'm thinking about it." They were like, "Okay, we need to draft somebody to replace Frank just in case he does pull the trigger and we're not prepared." And guess what happened? He pulled the trigger. They weren't prepared. The draft was over with. Done. Now we're screwed. And the record shows. Step back. Okay. Sorry.
Well, no, you're good. I'm going to take a couple pieces there and just change it up. We can't get rid of Goff. That contract says we can't. So
I know.
What
but...
are we going to do? Here's my quote unquote solution. And yes, I'm flat out stealing this from the radio this afternoon because they were spot on. You need to sign a veteran center for the squad.
Yeah.
No more trying to just figure out who the hell is going to play there. You need to sign a veteran center. I know they don't come cheap and it's hard to find. You need one.
Nope.
If Taylor Decker retires,
we're so one-nighter.
Maybe we finally find out if Sewell can play left tackle.
I think he can. I mean,
he can too.
He's done it a couple of times already, and he did pretty good. But that's not his position. So
it's not. But I mean, we might not have an option at that point,
right?
Because it's easier to find a right tackle than it is a left.
Yeah.
So
and then we got to replace. Then we got to replace him.
That's just it. Then you're talking right tackle, guards. Again, we had so many O linemen that got hurt. It's like these are the guys that we need to get them experience. So they'll get better. Everybody gets better. Everybody gets hurt. And then
there's a lot.
You don't even know what you have.
There's a lot of available centers coming up that are unrestricted free agents.
Yes. But you're talking first week of January. We'll see if they're still available 2 months from now. Switching the defensive side of the ball. I don't know what the hell's going on with that secondary. I liked the moves they made. It's just
whole team dead.
You can never get everybody out there.
It's like I don't even know how to describe
what was going on
it
with Kirby Joseph and his knee this year?
No one knows what's going on with Kirby Joseph. Like he's AOL. No one knows what the hell's going on with him.
You waited 4 weeks to put him on IR?
Right.
It was just bizarre. Defensive line. Can we get somebody else to rush? Somebody? I mean, I understand Lee McNeil was supposed to be, hey, this is going to be a space filler guy. He's going to get in there, and he was great until he got hurt. And
How many
maybe
draft picks do we have?
not enough. I honestly don't know. I'd have to look it up.
I was gonna say, you looked that up. Ironically, the Saints have 2 centers listed that are in the top 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, they're both in the top 10 as far as availability.
So they have 7. We're missing our 3rd rounder. Come on, where'd it go? We're missing our 3rd rounder when we have 2 in the 6th.
Oh my God!
And we technically don't have our 7th. We have Cleveland's 7th.
Right. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So as far as defense, you need somebody else that can actually put pressure on the damn quarterback.
Right. Because our quarterback
talk cute about how we have our stud. That's fine. We need somebody else.
We need another one. We need a half a stud. If we had a half of a Hutchinson, we would be okay. You know, it would have been nice if they would have. I'm not understanding the Zadarius Smith situation.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
You're welcome.
Like I'm not understanding that situation. Like, why didn't they just sign him? Even if he got injured at the end of the season, whatever. He at least throughout the season would have been a body to help Hutchinson in a couple of games that were like under 6 points that the Lions probably could have won.
Yeah, and frankly, I'm sick of the whole, Marcus Davenport. When the hell was the last year that Marcus Davenport was healthy?
2022, 23 when he played 15 games.
And he's going to be your guy?
What about Al Muhammad? Yeah. What about the one defensive end, Muhammad? He had 11 sacks this year.
Yes, and he's probably
that guy was a monster. Yeah.
He is.
And we're probably going to lose Anzalone. I think we're going to lose Anzalone. That's going to be a hard loss.
Well, when they chose not to negotiate with him this last offseason, that kind of
new.
And to be honest, here's my thing. I was never Anzalone. He's good at making those splash plays, but then he just disappears. Like I don't want to say he disappears. It almost feels like he's out of position too much. I don't know if he's looking for the splash plays or what. I'm not a huge fan of our linebacking core to begin with. I'm not a fan of all 3 levels of our defense right now for different reasons.
No, they're all jacked up. We got one player in the psych ward. We got another player who probably we won't see for another year and a half. It's a mess. This is probably the worst I've ever seen their defense.
And frankly, as good as Brad Holmes has drafted at times, he just gets way too damn cute with some of these picks.
Yep.
Like the whole Tesla thing. How many targets did he even have this year?
That's the upsetting part, is because this guy has super glue hands, and you target him 20 times in like 7 or 8 games.
Well, you literally traded up for this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like use him.
And then you signed Jameson Williams to an extension. It's like, what are we doing here?
And then the bad part with that signing, okay, I wasn't very happy with the signing because I knew this was going to happen. He wasn't going to get the ball as much as he should. So it took for Dan Campbell to demote the OC. And then the very next game, he gets 7 or 8 targets in one quarter. It's like, come on. Why you wait now to do this when you said I always have a say in what plays are being ran? Well, if that's the case, you didn't have a say in him getting the ball those first 5 or 6 games.
Right.
So it's, to be honest, get rid of Dan Campbell, get rid of Calvin Shepard, and bring in somebody that wants to win, because, he's all talk as far as I'm concerned. I'm tired of the talk. I want results.
I looked it up. Tesla had 27 targets for a guy that you traded up for. And again, you trade up for
that's all season, right?
For the entire season, yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
This is a guy you traded up for who was going to be the 5th guy, because Amon-Ra, Gibbs, Williams, Laporta,
Yep.
maybe then Tesla, but instead you had Montgomery had more targets than him.
We're gonna lose him.
Khalif Raymond more targets.
You know what?
It was an unneeded pick.
Khalif Raymond quietly is a very good receiver. He's a great punt returner, and they just it boggles my mind how they don't utilize these players when they show you, when they do play, how good they are. I'm at a loss of words, because it's like, what are you seeing that we're not? Like are they bad people behind the scene that we don't see, and you're pissed at them, so you're coaching with emotion? What's going on here?
That all being said, I knew we were going to get bogged down with Detroit, just like we got bogged down with Cleveland.
Yep.
I'm going to end Detroit on this note. Thank God we play in a division where nobody in this division scares me.
No.
Nobody.
No. We're going to watch me lose all our players to Minnesota.
Speaking of which, Minnesota, the last team. What do we think about Minnesota?
I'm putting them on the same boat as Detroit. Minor step back. Just get Kevin O'Connell a freaking quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree. That's why Sam mentioned it earlier. Mac Jones in Minnesota makes sense. And I'm not going to doubt that. Mac Jones in Minnesota does make sense.
Unless they pull off Dustin's blockbuster idea.
They took a step back. JJ is not the Messiah that they made him out to be. He had a couple of good games, but they made like he's the second coming of Tom Brady, and he's not. Their O-line is just as bad as Detroit. So having him running for his life all the time, that's not going to win you games.
I don't think JJ could read it. I think that was JJ's problem.
I don't think JJ has the greatest arm either, so.
No, and he can't pick up what the NFL's putting down. It's like some guys are just good as a college quarterback and not a pro quarterback. It just happens.
That is exactly where I was going. He's a
Christian
really,
Laettner.
really good college quarterback. It just didn't translate. None of the skills that he had.
Yep.
Good enough for college. Possibly great for college. None of them were individually good enough for him to stand out in the NFL.
Nope. He's Christian Laettner of the NFL.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ew.
I'm just saying.
On that note, we went to where I didn't want to go. We went to 11:30. Say goodnight, Gracie.
Please.
Good night.
Laettner of the.
That takes care of the 4 minutes. Say goodnight, Gracie.
Good night.
Good night. I said say goodnight, Gracie.
Good night.
Good night.
So I said, well, flip a coin. And if it comes out heads, have your hair dyed.
And if it comes out tails, say goodnight, Gracie.
Good night.